And we'll stay standing and we'll hand over to the Prisons Band for the anthems. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just say a short prayer. We all prayed when we were coming here, but it's a short one. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be of service to this country. We ask you to give us wisdom. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen. May you take your seats, please. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers in your various capacities, we have a program which has been circulated and given at the entrance, so I'll not go through this. May I mention that this event is a national conference that is intended to inform the start of activities that will eventually culminate in the budget for the year 2026-2027. There is a tendency for us to forget that these events started long ago before Uganda became independent. I dug up some information and I discovered that in 1990, there was a budget actually that was read 1900 rather, that also introduced taxes, the hat tax and the gun tax among others. So when my PS is asked questions about taxes, government must be run and the revenue must be generated from all sources. Imagine a hat and the gun tax. And I thought I should mention that in 1905, the revenue from cotton as a major export was 200 pounds. 1906, 1,000 pounds. 1907, 11,000 pounds. In 1915, 369,000 pounds, and that's when the colonial government stopped giving a subsidy to Uganda. Now we know that we have to find resources to fund. The guru of this activity, the captain, is the permanent secretary, Secretary Treasury, whom I would request to come and deliver his welcoming remarks. Thank you very much.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, honorable ministers who are here, the honorable members of Parliament, my colleagues, the permanent secretaries, all of the senior government officials, the diplomatic corps, the members of private sector, civil society, academia, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I welcome all of you to this National Budget Conference for the financial year 2026-27. This is the conference which kickstarts the consultative process for the preparation of the budget for next year. As we are all aware, we have started implementing a 10-fold growth strategy that is well enshrined in the NDP4, our National Development Plan. We have just started this year. The goal of this strategy is to grow the size of Uganda's economy to $500 billion in our generation. Those of us who are in this room, we shouldn't die before Uganda is a rich economy. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is going to highlight the proposed priority interventions during the coming financial year, but also in the medium term, which are intended to facilitate the achievement of this goal. The objective is to receive your feedback and also inform the budget as we prepare it. But before the minister presents, I want to make just a few remarks by telling you a few things we are going to do differently. We have started doing it differently to achieve this goal. The first is changing the way government works in order to enhance efficiency. Government structures often prioritize control, not speed. Whereas bureaucracy is not going to disappear overnight, it's the standard way of managing public sector. We are going to step up digitization so that we are able to build something that is better than yesterday. We may even get a few things wrong at first. The key is learning and learning fast. Secondly, we are going to focus on preparing for tomorrow and avoid being frozen in the past or being obsessed with today's challenges. We are ready to anticipate the future and work on long term. We call upon all Ugandans, as the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, particularly those in leadership, to overcome the human weakness of a finite mind. What we mean here is that our mindset should stop being constrained in thinking that the challenges we have today, they are the most critical things we should address. We need to look at the future, where we are heading. To achieve and sustain the tenfold growth, we must look beyond immediate challenges and guide our way to the future. Right Honorable Prime Minister and all of the distinguished people in this room this morning, Uganda is fast becoming a land of inexhaustible opportunities. We must create out of these opportunities the future we desire and deserve. And should I say, we have the capabilities to make this happen. Uganda is getting very many opportunities, but I'm afraid these opportunities are going to other people as Ugandans concentrate on analyzing problems, seeing challenges everywhere. Other people are seeing opportunities and are taking advantage of them. Every single day, we are receiving partners in development. They are looking at opportunities we have, and they can't imagine what they are seeing. But for us in Uganda, we are always agonizing, analyzing problems. I think the way we are taught to identify problems, problem statement, we need to start looking at statement of opportunity, academia, so that our mindset can as well change. Even as we talk of tenfold growth, some people are saying, this can't happen. How can it happen? There is this problem, there is this challenge, we need to start looking at how do we take advantage of these opportunities. The third one, Right Honorable, is building a culture of integrity. Everyone in this country is talking about corruption. The question is, who is the corrupt? If everybody is seeing corruption, who's the corrupt? We need to build a culture of integrity by setting standards and strict enforcement. It requires taking the errant to task, regardless of rank or status. I would want to inform you that in this tenfold strategy, we have set out to clean up by enforcing laws and or strengthen the weak ones, facilitate the building of an independent and effective judiciary and a responsive public service. All of these pillars will require leadership and political will, even if at a political cost. The fourth one is effective public participation in planning, budgeting, monitoring, implementation, by holding all of us who are in the public offices accountable. Uganda is known for participatory budgeting. That's why we are here today. We now want to take it a notch higher by involving you, the public, in problem solving rather than problem defining. We are here to seek not only your input into the budget, but collaboration. We are here to listen from you how best we could turn challenges into opportunities, and by extension, the opportunities into results. The results we need are startups. We need new businesses. We need jobs. We need incomes. We need wealth and better services. We are here to seek not only your input, as I've said, but please help us to get solutions. And I will re-emphasize again, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard enough about the challenges. let us look at how do we work together to get opportunities which are around us turn into results. That's all I really request Uganda to do going forward. Lastly, Right Honorable, is building global consensus and stamping budget games out of Uganda. The popular view is that Uganda is good at making policies and plans, but poor at implementing them. Research shows that top-down implementation, which we do here in Uganda, is successful only when three conditions are fulfilled. Number one, goal consensus among the key actors. Number two, no budget games among the bureaucrats. Number three, street-level bureaucrats, those who are closer to the problems, are offered key roles in solving the problems. That's only when you succeed in implementing. Under the leadership of His Excellency the President, the country is progressively building consensus around the tenfold growth and full monetization of the economy. What is likely to derail us now are the budget games, where ministries, agencies, local governments, missions abroad, name it, use different tactics to get budgets they do not need. I have recently held meetings with accounting officers and planners across government and cautioned them against engaging in these games going forward. We are committed to stamping budget games out of Uganda. We are going to step up budget analysis and budget scrutiny. We must spend the money we have efficiently and on activities that create value in the economy, but also deliver services to Ugandans. Ugandans need better roads. Ugandans need stable electricity. They need clean water. They need well-functioning health facilities, as well as security. And certainly, they need jobs, incomes, and flourishing businesses. I will communicate these and other policy, administrative, and operational guidelines to the accounting officers and the country in the first budget call circular for the financial year we are budgeting for, 26-27, by Monday next week. We are here, therefore, Right Honorable, to get the views of how best we may budget to achieve the tenfold growth. In particular, we are ready to hear from the public how differently we may carry out these consultations without turning them into a ritual. How we may move from consultation to co-creation. As the ministry responsible for economic development of this country, we are deliberate and intentional. We are committed to investing in the ATMs. These are agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral beneficiation, and science, technology, and innovation, STI, including ICT and the creatives. But also, they are enablers to turn Uganda into a $500 billion economy. We are therefore committed to integrating your feedback into the budget. Looking forward to your practical ideas to make Uganda richer, full of jobs, and with better services for everyone. I thank my team of the technical people at the ministry for crafting the strategy and all the partners in the development of Uganda. I now take the honor to invite the Honorable Minister of State for General Duties to come and make a few remarks and invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister to open this conference. Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, my colleagues ministers, my colleagues members of Parliament, in the interest of time, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Without wasting time, it is my pleasure to invite the Prime Minister to open the conference.
The honorable ministers, present, the honorable members of parliament, our development partners, members of the diplomatic corps, local government leaders, representatives of the civil society organizations. I know we have the private sector present here, all accounting officers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to first and foremost bring you parental greetings from His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. The President is aware we have the budget conference today, and so he wishes you prosperity and better lives. Ladies and gentlemen, at this material time, please allow me to welcome you all to this National Budget Conference for the financial year 2026-2027, which kickstarts the consultative process for preparation of the budget for the financial year 2026-2027. And this process will be guided by the theme, full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The budget for the financial year 2026-2027 is very special because of the following reasons. It will be the first budget to implement the next National Resistance Movement Manifesto for the period 2026-2031. Number two, it will also be the first budget to implement the new charter for fiscal responsibility in line with Section 4(1) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, Cap 171. Number three, why this budget is special. It will be the second budget to implement the fourth National Development Plan, which is the first of the 6 NDPs to deliver the 10-fold growth strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and his technical team for spearheading this process. The budget strategy for the next financial year acknowledges the achievements in social economic transformation, and it places special focus on strengthening the coordination and implementation of government programs by improving efficiency, strengthening project execution, and increasing the productivity of programs to deliver more results within the available resources. In Uganda, there is a Runyankole word known as omushokoro. Omushokoro, omusomyo in Uganda. In Runyoro, omusoina. I don't know which other languages, which means the bone marrow in English. When you get a disease of the bone marrow known as leukemia, the chances of survival are limited, or they are not there. Therefore, the bone marrow of any economy is the cost of doing business. The cost of electricity, the cost of transport. Here we are talking about roads, the railway, water transport, the cost of labor, and the cost of money, in addition to peace and security. When the unit cost of electricity, transport, labor, and money is low, the cost of production automatically lowers. Hence, the increase in profit margin. It is subversive for any leader to neglect investment in key sectors of energy, the railway, water transport, roads, because no investor can be attracted to any economy to make losses. On that note, therefore, the budget strategy aims at deepening the implementation of the stable foundation for sectors such as agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral-based industrial development, science, technology and innovation, including ICT and creative arts industry, and the enablers. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development will explain the specific priority areas for the ATMs and enablers in the budget for financial year 2026-2027 later in his speech. I request all of you to pay keen attention to his speech. As I've already indicated, next year's budget takes into consideration the new policy targets for the new manifesto to guide the next term, directed by the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. I urge all ministers, accounting officers to ensure that they align their priorities and budgets with the new policy guidance and direction. The government's position is to deliver Uganda into the middle income status through the tenfold growth strategy of expanding the economy from US $61.3 billion in the financial year 2025-2026 to US $500 billion by the year 2040. This calls for the whole of government approach to the implementation of the agreed policy objectives and targets. As guided by His Excellency the President during the State of the Nation address in June this year, the 4 NRM principles of patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy should help in propelling Uganda to a modern society guided by the following areas. 1, peace and security of persons and their property in all parts of the country. Number 2, accelerating industrialization with a focus on building factories which use locally available materials as inputs. Number 3, export promotion and import substitution by boosting the domestic manufacturing capacity. Number 4, strengthening the private sector. As I've already told you, the private sector can only survive if they get cheap money. Number 5, increasing market access for our exports, both in the region, such as East African Community, COMESA, among others, and international markets. Number 6, skilling our youth through the zonal industrial hubs. The youth will continue to acquire skills in tailoring, carpentry, metal fabrication, welding, shoemaking, weaving, hairdressing, knitting, and bakery. We shall add plumbing and motor mechanics in the near future. The training is free of charge, and no prior education qualifications are required. Number 7, increasing revenue collection by Uganda Revenue Authority without hurting businesses. I repeat, we must increase revenue collection by Uganda Revenue Authority without hurting businesses. Number 8, expenditure rationalization by restructuring the government. Number 9, we shall continue to fight corruption. Number 10, ensuring that the remaining 33% of our population or homesteads still stuck in subsistence economy join the money economy through wealth creation programs, such as the Parish Development Model, Emyoga, Agriculture Credit Facility, Grow, Invite, Youth Livelihood Program, Uganda Women Empowerment Program, among others. I therefore urge all ministers and accounting officers to ensure their priority areas for the next financial year are aligned with the ATMs and enablers in line with the NRM strategy or ideology. As we start the planning and the budgeting process for the financial year 2027, our task is to ensure we are all committed to the efforts of lifting the 33% of our households from subsistence economy into the money economy. Furthermore, I wish to reiterate the message of coordinated planning and budgeting through the Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development to ensure that all government interventions adhere to the modern policies and principles of economic growth and development. We need to boost our domestic revenue mobilization to achieve our targets and minimize borrowing for domestically and externally, as this undermines the realization of Uganda's development. Our capacity to identify any risks and put forward feasible mitigation measures will help us to ensure that we contain any domestic and external shocks to our economy without undermining our growth strategy. To the diplomatic corps and the development partners, members of the civil society and the private sector, I call upon you to join the government in this consultative process for the purpose of goal consensus in our bid to plan better for this country. Your efforts are always appreciated. To all the people of Uganda, I call upon you, without any forms of discrimination, to take advantage of the priority areas of the government as we drive to graduate to the upper middle income status. I thank you all for listening to me, for God and my country. It is now my singular honor to officially open the consultative process for the budget of the financial year 2026-2027. I thank you. Let me now call upon the minister to present the budget strategy.
The Honorable Prime Minister, I don't know whether we have Deputy Prime Ministers here. Honorable colleagues, ministers, heads of diplomatic missions and members of diplomatic corps, members of parliament, cultural leaders, permanent secretaries, resident district commissioners, LC 5 chairpersons, members of the civil society, members of the private sector, technical staff from all ministries, departments, and agencies, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I have prepared the budget strategy for financial year 26-27 in line with the Article 155, Part 1 and 2 of our Constitution and Section 12, Part 1 and Part 2 and 3 of the Public Finance Management Act, CAP 171. This strategy will inform the financial 26-27 national budget preparation process. The theme of the budget has been maintained as full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The year financial 26-27 will be 1, the second year of implementing the 4th National Development Plan, number 4, which is the first plan to deliver the 10-fold growth strategy and the last plan to deliver the Agenda 2030 of the Sustainable Development Goals. The first year of implementation, the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility for the period 26-27 to financial year 2030-31, and 3, the first budget to implement the next ruling party manifesto financial 26-27, 2030-31. This budget strategy comes at a time when the country has already made significant gains in its socio-economic transformation journey. In particular, the country has fulfilled the requirements to graduate from the category of least developed countries to a category of lower middle income status, attained sustained peace and macroeconomic stability, established a strong base for the competitive economy with a significant investment in infrastructure and institutions, diversified its exports from traditional, the 3 C's, coffee, cotton, and copper, and another 3 C's, tea, tourism, and tobacco. We made significant progress in opening up regional and continental markets. We registered notable improvements in human development indicators, such as an increased life expectancy at 68.2 years from 23.3 years in 2010-2011, driven by improvements in several health indicators, and has beat goal consensus on growing the economy tenfold to attain upper middle income status before 2040. Right, Prime Minister, in financial 26-27, particular attention will be on further improving government efficiency, strengthening project execution, and increasing productivity of all Ugandans. Therefore, this budget strategy presents 1, the preparation process for the financial 26-27 budget strategy. 2, the strategic policy direction for financial 26-27 and the medium term. 3, recent performance of the economy, the economic outlook for financial 26-27 and the medium term. 4, situational analysis of the state of implementation of the priority areas of the 10-fold growth strategy and implications for financial 26-27 budget strategy. 5, the budget strategy and the priority areas of focus for financial 26-27. 6, the financing strategy for financial year 26-27, and 7, risks and mitigation measures. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the financial 26-27 budget strategy, public investment management systems, the key observations arising out of the 9th high-level economic growth include the following, among others. 1, the changing and complex global context, which presents opportunities to the 10-fold growth strategy. The global context is characterized by changes in rules and institutions governing international trade, the declining development assistance, and the emergence of new innovative financing sources. This strategy has therefore prioritized actions for strengthening domestic financing, improving domestic savings, supporting growth of the private sector, strengthening economic and commercial diplomacy, and regional integration for sustained access to markets. 2, positioning exports as the key drivers for the country's competitiveness and sustainability by diversifying and increasing the quantum and the quality of exports through value addition and market access. 3, discipline in managing obligations, especially public debt and domestic arrears, by increasing allocative efficiency across all the NDP 4 programs and reducing the fiscal deficit by strengthening domestic revenue mobilization. 4, enhancing efficiency in investment of oil revenue, especially avoiding investment in non-tradables. The strategy is anchored on sustainable investment in the anchor programs and enablers of faster growth. 5, addressing the constraints to low productivity in agriculture, industry, and services. This strategy has therefore prioritized actions to increase the total factor productivity across all programs. 6, other key observations that have informed this strategy include pragmatism in the deployment of industrial policy, public finance management reforms for integrating off-budget support and increasing donor trust, efficiency improvements in public procurement, improvement in project execution and public investment management, and the critical importance of research and development to inform decision-making. Now, the strategic policy direction for financial 26-27 and the medium term. Right Honorable Prime Minister, strategic policy direction for financial 26-27 and the medium term is guided by the aspiration to expand the size of the economy tenfold in the near future, starting by doubling GDP every 5 years. The strategy targets sustained investment in the 4 priority growth drivers, which are agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, including oil and gas, and science, technology, and innovation, including ICT and creative arts. In addition, the strategy prioritizes continued investment to key enablers of the tenfold growth as enshrined in the NDP 4 and its attendant program implementation action plan. These are security, transport infrastructure, electricity, irrigation, social services, education, health, and water for consumption, industrial parks, domestic revenue mobilization, regional economic integration, environmental protection, disaster management, and elimination of corruption. Now, performance of the economy in financial 24-25 and the outlook for 25-26 and the medium term. Economic growth. During financial 24-25, Uganda's economy registered a strong growth, as I have been always telling you people. GDP grew at 6.3% compared to 6.1% in financial 23-24. This steady upward trajectory of the economy was on account of increased government expenditure in productive sectors through the PDM, industrial output, services, tourism, as well as investments in the oil and the gas sector. In addition, good agricultural harvests due to good weather, agro-processing, and growth in fixed capital formation also contributed to the growth of GDP. The growth was broad-based across all sectors, including in agriculture, industry, services, and ICT. In nominal terms, the size of the economy increased to shillings 226.3 trillion in financial 24-25, equivalent to US dollars 61.3 billion and US dollars 174.2 billion in purchasing power parity terms, rising from shillings 203.7 trillion, equivalent to US dollars 53.9 billion in financial year 23-24. Inflation has remained low, recorded at 3.8% both in August and July 2025, down from 3.9% in June 2025. This is due to coordination of monetary and fiscal policies resulting in overall macroeconomic stability and economic resilience. It has also been supported by stable global fuel prices and a reduction in annual food crop prices due to the increased food supply supported by the good weather. The inflation outlook for financial 25-26 remains well anchored within the medium-term target of 5%, signaling continued price stability even in the face of emerging risks. This provides a solid foundation for the sustained economic growth and fiscal consolidation. I go to exchange rate. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, the shilling has strengthened against the US dollars for the fourth consecutive month, appreciating at an average of mid-rate of shillings 3,587 US dollars from shillings 3,606 US dollars in June 2025. The strong shilling is being supported by increased inflows from offshore investors and diaspora remittances, foreign exchange, earnings from exports. The robust monetary policy implemented by the Bank of Uganda. In addition, Government's decision to import petroleum products directly from refineries through Uganda National Oil Company has also helped to stabilize oil prices and the demand for foreign exchange. The global weakening of the US dollars against major currencies has also played a part in stabilizing and strengthening our currency. Uganda's exchange rate dynamics over the past fiscal years reflect both the resilience of our economy and the effectiveness of our macroeconomic management. Government's commitment to sound economic governance, strategic investment in productive programs, and the growing confidence of international markets in Uganda's economic trajectory has led to Uganda's shilling now ranked among the most stable currencies in Africa. Mukube mu ngalo. When we do good things, we should appreciate ourselves. Uganda's exchange rate, the paparazzi, please take this. Uganda's exchange rate dynamics over the past fiscal years reflect both the resilience of our economy and the effectiveness of our microeconomic management. Government's commitment to sound economic governance, strategic investment in productive programs, and the growing confidence of international markets in Uganda's economic trajectory has led to Uganda's shilling now ranked among the most stable currencies in our Africa. Interest rates. The lending rates for shilling-dominated credit increased from 18.64% in May 2025 to 19.7% in June 2025. This increase was partly driven by higher demand for personal and household loans, e.g., mobile money loans. Similarly, the lending rates for foreign currency-dominated credit increased from 8.36% in May 2025 to 8.78% in June 2025. The rise was partly on account of the higher risk associated with new borrowers, particularly in the mortgage and the telecom sectors, which prompted commercial banks to charge higher interest rates. The Bank of Uganda maintained its central bank rate at 9.75% in August 2025, marking the 11th consecutive month of that rate. Private sector credit. Honorable Prime Minister, the stock of private sector credit grew to shilling 23.9 trillion by end of financial year 25-26 from shillings 21.9 trillion in the same period a year before. This represents an annual growth rate of 9.1%. To further expand private sector credit, government is working to lower access requirements for SMEs by subsidizing capital for wealth creators through programs such as PDM, Emyoga, Agricultural Credit Facility, Small Business Recovery Fund, UDB Export Guarantee Schemes, and Women Enterprise Fund, among others. Through these wealth funds, government has cumulatively invested a total of 10.2 trillion in the private sector. In addition, government is further improving financial infrastructure using digitization, customer protection, and financial literacy, as well as efficient resolution of financial disputes in courts of law. Now, exports. Exports of goods and services grew by 32% in financial year 24-25 to US $13.3 billion, driven by the higher coffee and cocoa volumes and prices and gold re-exports. Merchandise exports increased to US $10.6 billion in financial 2024-25 from US $7.8 billion a year before, registering an annual growth of 36%. Service exports increased by over 400 million to US $2.6 billion in a financial year from USD 2.2 billion a year before. The strong export performance has resulted in a reduction in the trade deficit by US $376 million in financial year 24-25 compared to the previous year. The top 5 exports in financial year 24-25 included gold, cocoa beans, light manufactured products including steel, fish and its products, and sugar. Manufactured export receipts grew by 33.1% to US $5.175 billion in financial 24-25 compared to US $3.8 billion a year before. The top 10 manufactured or in processed exports include gold, which fetched $4,211 billion, light manufactured exports, US $225 million, sugar, US $202 million, oil exports, US $143 million, cement, US $88 million, plastic products, US $61 million, water, you see we are even exporting water, water, $45.2 million. Seats increased to US the lowest growth of 11% per year on average over the last 5 years, and only 4.6% per year on average in the last 10 years. The biggest leakage on exports of services is transport logistics, with outflows growth of US $2.7 billion in financial 24-25, while receipts from the same source were only US $202 billion in the same period. This shows the untapped potential in services exports, including in transport logistics, business outsourcing, big data analysis, and other online services, which will be important for accelerated growth in realization of the tenfold growth, of the tenfold growth strategy. Now, foreign direct performance. Foreign direct investment increased to US $3.664 billion in financial 24-25 from US $2.996 billion in the previous year, registering an annual growth of 22.3%. The economy is on track to attract about 5 billion by the end of this financial year, 25-26. The areas where FDI has been utilized include mineral development, oil and gas, transport, logistics, and agro-processing. Now, remittances. Despite the uncertainty in source countries, remittances increased to $1.567 billion in financial year 24-25, compared to $1.403 billion in the previous year. The main sources of remittances are USA, European Union, and the Middle East. The government program of increasing skilled labor force in specialized areas, coupled with economic and commercial diplomacy, will help to drive remittances. Tourism. Tourism receipts increased to $1.6 million in financial year 24-24, compared to $1.4 billion in the previous year, registering annual growth of 13.4%. This would have been higher if there was no instability in the global geopolitical environment, which has disrupted migrant workers in USA and European countries. Fiscal performance. Tax and non-tax revenue for the financial 24-25 was shillings 32.297 trillion compared to shillings 27.6 trillion the previous year. Of this, tax revenue amounted to shillings 29.9 trillion, while non-tax revenue was shillings 2.2 trillion. Therefore, the tax effort, which is measured as the ratio of tax revenue to GDP, was 13.2% in financial year 24-25 compared to 12.6% a year before. Overall, total revenue collections were equivalent to 14.2% of total domestic economic output. Domestic tax revenue amounted to shillings 19.4 trillion, or 63.5% in financial year 24-25, while international tax revenue was shillings 11.1 trillion, or 36.5% in the same period. Direct domestic tax revenue, including pay-as-you-earn and corporation tax, amounted to shillings 11.5 trillion in the same period. Evidence by EPRC and others suggests that the total revenue gap is estimated at about 6% of GDP, suggesting revenue leakages and therefore the potential to increase revenue to GDP to 20% in the medium term. Right Honorable Prime Minister, total expenditure was shilling 72.8 trillion in financial year 24-25. Excluding Bank of Uganda securities and domestic refinancing, what we call debt rollover, total expenditure amounted to shillings 47.2 trillion, equivalent to 20.8% of GDP. The budget deficit was estimated at 6.1% of GDP, which was financed by both domestic of shillings 20.1 trillion and external borrowing worth shillings 3.529 trillion, or US dollars 955.85 million. The deficit was higher than the previous year, 4.7% of GDP on account of supplementary budgets that led to more than programmed expenditures. The higher than programmed expenditure was financed largely by domestic borrowing. In the 2 months of July and August of financial year 25-26, total revenue and grants amounted to shillings 5.1 trillion. Of this total, shillings 4.6 trillion was tax revenue and shillings 292.5 billion was non-tax revenue, while grants amounted to shillings 168 billion. Local government's revenues amounted only to shillings 36.21 billion. Now, outlook for financial year 26-27 and the medium term. Honorable Prime Minister, the economy is projected to grow by 7% this financial year 24-25 and at least 8% per year on average in the next 5 years. At the onset of commercial production of oil and gas in 2026, the economy is projected to register double-digit growth rates. Let me repeat it, because I want these paparazzi to tell the world, particularly the country. The economy is projected to grow by 7% this financial year, 24-25, and at least 8% per year on average in the next 5 years. At the onset of commercial production of oil and gas in 2026, inshallah, the economy is projected to register double-digit growth rates. In nominal terms, GDP is estimated at shillings 251.4 trillion, which is equivalent to US dollars 69.6 billion this year, 25-26. This is equivalent to US dollars 197.7 billion in purchasing power parity terms. My staff, please, you don't think we are talking to economists. My terms, please, my staff, you will have to explain what that one means. In financial year 26-26, GDP is projected to grow by 10.4%, which translates to shillings 291.4 trillion, which is equivalent to US dollars 80.8 billion. This is equivalent to US dollars 229.7 billion in purchasing power parity terms, mainly driven by commercial production of oil and gas in 2026. This outlook is on account of, one, a projected increase in production and productivity in the key sectors of our economy. Two, effective implementation of wealth creation programs. Three, continued investment in infrastructure. Four, increased exports supported by higher manufactured products, diversifying and expanding regional trade. Five, increased foreign direct investment. Six, rising household aggregate demand and consumption due to the PDM and other wealth creation programs that boost household incomes. 7, addressing institutional and micro level constraints. And then 7, maintaining macroeconomic stability, peace, security as a requisite for sustained high economic growth. Now I turn to budget strategy and the priority areas of this financial year 26-27. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the budget strategy for financial year 26-27 prioritizes investment in the first phase accelerator action of the 10-fold growth strategy, anchored on the 4 key growth areas underpinned by the goal of full monetization and formalization of this economy. As already noted, in order to consolidate the gains and sustain the momentum for the microeconomic transformation, the theme of the budget for financial 26-27 is maintained as full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the budget strategy for financial 26-27 is anchored on the following specific objectives. 1, increase the value addition to agricultural, mineral materials, oil and gas, and tourism. 2, increase the investment in science, technology, and innovation. 3, sustain investment in the enablers, transport infrastructure, electricity, irrigation, industrial parks, education, health, and security. 4, enhance revenue collection. 5, promoting regional integration and access to markets. Realization of the 10-fold growth strategy will require implementing reforms and actions to address binding constraints to productivity and increase efficiency in the critical anchor areas and enabler interventions. Therefore, the priority areas include 1, improving budget efficiency and functionality of government. Right Honorable Prime Minister, significant progress has been registered in improving budget efficiency. The fiscal consolidation agenda has led to repurposing budget resources to higher impact areas. In the last 2 financial years, a total of shilling 2.9 trillion has been repurposed in line with the guidance by His Excellency, the President, and the priority areas of the 10-fold growth strategy. Some of the areas benefiting from reprioritized resources include the parish development model, 1.08 trillion, enhancing salaries of scientists and security personnel, shillings 1.12 trillion, Emyoga, shillings 446 billion, maintenance of district roads, shillings 176 billion, among several others. 2, improving government's efficiency. In order to make government more efficient, several reforms have been implemented, which include rationalization of government, RAPEX pay reform, investment in digitization of services and focusing planning and implementation on results through the programmatic approach to planning, budgeting, and implementation. Let me repeat this. Improving government efficiency. In order to make government more efficient, several reforms have been implemented, which include rationalization of government rationalization of government, RAPEX, pay reform, investment in digitization of services, and focusing planning and implementation of results through the programmatic approach to planning, budgeting, and implementation. 3, completing the unfinished business. Honorable Prime Minister, during financial 26-27, focus will be on addressing the unfinished business. Some of the priority actions will include: 1, stamping out budget games and corruption. Let me repeat this. Stamping out budget games and corruption. 2, closing leakages in routine expenditure, such as transfers to school, health centers, and payroll. 3, improving liquidity management and improving credit ratings. 4, diversifying sources of development finance, including into innovation financing. 5, strengthening internal controls and their audit function. 5, strengthening internal controls and the audit function. 6, completing public procurement reforms. 7, improving management and maintenance of public assets. 8, increasing domestic revenue mobilization. 9, strengthening the governance and supervision of state-owned enterprises. 10, unlocking constraints to project execution and dealing with the issue of counterpart financing. 10, improving performance management in the public service. And 11, improving coordination of government around a common goal. Priority interventions in the financial 26-27 budget towards the 10-fold growth strategy. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the financial year 26-27 is the second year of implementation of the NDP 4 and the 10-fold growth strategy. Therefore, this budget strategy builds on the ongoing phased implementation of the 10-fold growth strategy through continuous prioritization of ATMs and their enablers. The strategy focuses on strengthening efficiency in delivery of public services and improving productivity in the implementation of critical intervention for higher and sustained economic growth. Agro-industrialization. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the major focus of this anchor area is to reverse the low productivity in agriculture through investment in the accelerators actions of commercializing and formalizing farming and increase agro-based exports. The key implementation reforms to support agro-industrialization starting financial 26-27 will include: 1, adoption of a business model in the multiplication and distribution of agricultural inputs. 2, the adoption of a cost-sharing mechanism between the government and the farmers in the acquisition and distribution of livestock vaccines and establishment of revolving financing that will sustain continued vaccine purchases. The specific priority interventions for financial 26-27 include: 1, agricultural research, irrigation, and extension services. 2, fertilizer use and mechanization. 3, post-harvest handling and storage and aggregation facilities, including operationalization of the existing facilities. 4, agro-processing and value addition. 5, inspection, surveillance, certification, enforcement of quality standards, traceability, and market access. 6, implementation of climate change adaptation policies. And 7, increasing agricultural insurance and providing affordable finance to commercial farmers. Now we turn to tourism development. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the major focus of this 10th growth driver is increasing tourist inflows and doubling the average spend and length of stay for tourists. Let me repeat this. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the major focus of this 10-fold growth driver is increasing tourist inflows and doubling the average spend and length of stay for our tourists. Over the medium term, tourism development will focus on last mile connectivity to tourism sites, improving air and water connectivity, extending electricity to tourism sites, and improving availability and reliability of ICT connectivity, in addition to windy and Murchison Falls, giving priority to Mount Rwenzori. Honorable Prime Minister, the specific priority interventions in financial 26-27 budget will include: 1, further investment in infrastructure development in tourism sites, improving and enforcing hospitality standards and training, promoting health tourism by investment in specialized health facilities, and stepping up investment in missions abroad to promote economic and commercial diplomacy, all of which are currently ongoing. Construction of refreshment centers and highway sanitation facilities, and ensuring that all highway road development designs provide for standard stopover points to be developed and operationalized in partnership with the private sector. Branding and marketing of Uganda as a tourism and investment destination, including supporting further meetings, incentives, conferences, events, leveraging digital technology in marketing Uganda's tourism potential, destination marketing representatives, domestic and international media campaigns, development of the Explore Uganda and the Power of Africa, and participation in international tourism expos and digital marketing. Continue to support economic and commercial diplomacy and strengthening synergies between ECD interventions and local institutions. Increasing the country's tourism products and profile the tourist sites to increase the range of interest and value for money for tourists. Expediting the identification, promotion, conservation, and preservation of regional tourist sites. Increasing further the stock of skilled personnel in the tourism industry to close the gap between the growth of Uganda's tourism sector and the supply of skilled professionals, including hospitality management, tour guiding, and wildlife conservation have been trained. Improving coordination across different agencies, that is the Ministry of Finance, MOFA, UTB, MTWA, and ensure consistency and intensity in communication to counter negative news. Mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the priority focus for mineral-based industrial development in financial year 26-27 include: 1, expediting finalization of the East African crude oil pipeline and delivering fast oil in 2026. 2, finalizing, let me repeat this. Mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas. The priority focus for mineral-based industrial development in financial year 26-27 include: 1, expediting finalization of the East African crude oil pipeline and delivering the first oil in 2026. 2, finalizing the quantification of mineral deposits starting with iron ore, gold, and copper, and strengthening their tracking system and their governance regime. 3, expediting the construction of the oil refinery and the development of the downstream petrochemical industry. 4, establishing a framework for transparency and accountability of the oil and gas mining activities and revenues to government. 5, establishing mineral markets and buying centers to enable transparency mineral trading and expanding the capacity for the oil exports. 6, commercializing mining operations and products and the petrochemical industry. 7, establishing the enabling legislation to operationalize the local content fund. Now, science, technology, and innovation, including ICT and creative industry. Right Honorable Prime Minister, government's strategy objective in STI is to accelerate and support the growth of knowledge economy to leverage the immense untapped potential for economic transformation. This area will support innovation, which is critical for efficiency and productivity growth. The priority interventions in the financial 26-27 budget include: 1, regulatory and legal reforms to strengthen intellectual property rights protection, reduce bureaucratic barriers and create a business-friendly environment, and to incentivize local manufacturing and innovation-driven enterprise development. 2, fast-tracking the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act to protect intellectual property and artistic works. They're continuing to support artists for their productions and innovations. 3, continuing the development of the high-tech city to support development of technologies and innovations. 4, taking STI products to the market, especially Kira motor vehicles, coffee, dye, by former drugs and vaccines, and banana products. 5, increasing coverage, reliability, and affordability of internet. 6, enhancing digitization of government services and e-commerce and promoting BPO for job creation. 7, additional investment in R&D and innovation. Right Honorable Prime Minister, in addition to the ATMs are the enablers of the 10-fold growth strategy. These include human capital development, which is about health, education, and social protection, infrastructure development, peace and security, financial inclusion, among others. Human capital development, education, health, and social protection, 26-27 budget include: 1, education. Continuing to provide free education to Ugandans under UPE, USE, and universal post-O-level education and training. 2, providing sponsorship and student loan, I want the country to education. Continuing to provide free education to Ugandans under UPE, USE, and universal post-O-level education and training. You have been hearing the president talk much about this. 2, providing sponsorship and student loans for higher education. 3, complete more teachers and non-teaching staff. 5, strict enforcement of teachers and learners inspection across the country using an electronic system. 7, providing textbooks and instructional materials, providing textbooks and instructional materials to improve the textbook to the student ratio. 7, continue to operationalize Obunyoro and Busoga universities. 8, operationalization of new stadia and training facilities constructed by Chan and AFCON. 27. Last night we danced very well. Tuabade. Health now. Sustained investment in functionalizing health center 4 and strengthening primary health care and community health services. 2, scaling up of national e-health infrastructure. 3, promotion of nutrition, education, and reproductive health. And 4, deploying of community health extension workers. 5, strengthening the national ambulance and emergency referral system. 6, continuing the construction of specialized health facilities for cancer and cardiovascular care. Water, sanitation, and environment protection. Continued construction of water supply infrastructure to increase service in underserved communities in rural, urban, and refugee settlements. 2, increasing rehabilitation and expansion of existing water, sanitation, and hygiene infrastructure. 3, increasing and protection of forest cover and wetlands. I repeat this. Increasing and protection of forest cover and wetlands. Infrastructure development, transport and energy. Transport. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the priority interventions for transport infrastructure in financial year 26-27 include: 1, continued construction and completion of the ongoing works for road and bridges projects as prioritized by His Excellency the President in financial 25-26 and the State of the Nation address. 2, continuing with the maintenance of core national road transport network. 3, expediting the construction of the standard gauge railway and complete ongoing works for rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway. 4, continuing with the development of Kasa Port, additional capitalization of Uganda Airlines to acquire more aircrafts, to open up more routes for passenger and cargo transportation and handling capacity. 5, operationalization of Kabalega International Airport and rehabilitation and upgrade of the existing strategic airports and aerodromes. Now, energy infrastructure, Right Honorable Prime Minister, The priority interventions for energy infrastructure in financial 26-27 include: 1, continue investing in priority transmission lines and substations, particularly to the industrial parks, growth centers, and other strategic manufacturing. 2, development of new power generation plants to meet the growing energy demand. 3, strengthening UEDCL to ensure affordable, efficient, and reliable distribution of electricity to consumers. And 4, diversification of the energy generation resource, including hydropower, nuclear, solar, thermal, to improve the energy mix in the medium to the long term. Governance and security. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the priority of intervention in financial 26-27 will include: 1, consolidating Uganda's security through continued modernization and professionalization of the security agencies. 2, improving the welfare of the security forces. 3, undertaking general elections in 2026. 4, increasing access to justice, law, and order services. 5, strengthening immigration and border security. Administration of justice. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the priority intervention in financial 26-27 will include: strengthening alternative dispute resolution. 2, increase the use of technology in justice delivery. 3, improve access to justice. 4, increasing the civil jurisdiction of Majlis Court. Legislation and oversight. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the priority intervention of financial 26-27 will include: strengthening legislative processes. 2, promoting public engagement and outreach. 3, providing parliamentary oversight of democracy and governance. And 4, ensuring accountability for public funds and the implementation of public programs. I'm about to finish. Climate change adaptation. Right Honorable Prime Minister, government commenced implementation of various climate change adaptation and mitigation projects to cushion Ugandans and the economy against disruptive climate change shocks. Focus is on safeguarding communities against floods and droughts through establishment of flood early warning systems, improving productivity of livestock through breed improvement, establishing of water for production facilities to ensure water security and protect the farmers against droughts, restoration, and degraded wetlands and rivers. Government is undertaking the climate change budget tagging exercise, which obligates all government agencies to budget for activities that combat climate change. Through this reform, all government agencies are able to allocate financial resources towards actions that safeguard government programs against adverse climate change effects. The financing strategy. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the 10-fold growth strategy will require mobilizing significant resources. This will include: 1, reprioritization of resources in the current fiscal framework, or repurposing to increase allocative efficiency. 2, implementing strategies to boost domestic revenue mobilization. 3, increasing foreign direct investment by maintaining sound fiscal and monetary policies to ensure macroeconomic stability and improve the country's credit ratings. infrastructure development, reducing the cost of doing business, improving governance of government institutions and the corporate sector, improving efficiency of timely delivery of PPP projects, and 5, intensifying access to non-affordable affordable and sustainable financing through adequate capitalization of UDB, UDC, SEF, SBRF, EMIOGA, which attracts private capital and commercial bank financing in partnership with the government. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the financial 26-27 budget strategy will balance the dual objectives of mobilizing financing and preserving debt sustainability by 1, enhancing reliance on innovative, low-cost financing, climate grants, concessional windows, Islamic finance, diaspora instruments. 2, reducing refinancing and foreign exchange risks by deepening domestic markets and strengthening maturities. 3, aligning project financing with fiscal space and absorptive capacity to avoid cost overruns. And 4, positioning Uganda strategically in global climate and capital markets to unlock new financing opportunities. In line with this, government will adopt a balanced financing strategy that draws on concessional, semi-concessional, commercial, blended, and non-traditional sources such as infrastructure and Islamic bond, as well as domestic financial markets. Innovative financing solutions. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my ministry is intensifying access to non-traditional innovative financing by speeding up implementation of the public investment financing strategy. Notable progress has been made to mobilize resources for the financing year 26-27 as follows. 1, issuance of Sukuk bond under Islamic financing to co-finance projects like the Kampala-Jinja Express Highway and Standard Gauge Railway. Right Honorable, my ministry issued a request for proposal to bank and non-bank institutions, and due diligence has been completed. The process of hiring a lead Sukuk structuring advisor is ongoing. Okusavinga mobile money investment platform, that is second. Okusavinga mobile money investment platform. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this initiative will allow small retail investors to purchase government securities using their mobile phones. The integration of this platform with Airtel Uganda, fund managers and custodians completed has been This initiative will allow small retail investors to purchase government securities using their mobile phones. The integration of this platform with Airtel Uganda, fund managers and custodian has been completed, and the user acceptance testing with Airtel was successful. Efforts are ongoing to bring on board the MTN Telecom company and working to resolve the compatibility issues with the Bank of Uganda. Issuance of Panda bond in the Chinese market. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my ministry held a road show in China, and potential investors for the Panda bond were identified. Discussions are underway to secure guarantees from African Development Bank, World Bank, African Bank, and the Asian Insurance Investment Bank. The priority actions this financial year include identifying ready investment projects for a Panda bond, 2, securing guarantees to investors, and finalize and coordinate the bond issuance. Issuance of green bonds. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my ministry has completed the terms of reference for green bond framework, and procurement of consultant is ongoing. The next priority actions include finalizing and operationalizing the national green bond framework, 2, creating a pipeline of eligible projects for potential green bond issuance. 3, engaging development partners, e.g., African Development Bank, IMF, for technical assistance. The projected financing from this source is at least 100 million, I think there are dollars, to finance environmentally sustainable investment. Mobilizing financing from diaspora. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the national diaspora policy is being developed, spearheaded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The priority next action include finalizing the national diaspora policy to provide clarity, trust, and strategic direction of engagement with the diaspora. Building a robust diaspora database, including savings and establish pattern of remittance usage. 3, automating account opening for both regular banking, Let me repeat this because it is very important. Mobilizing financing from diaspora. The national diaspora policy is being developed, spearheaded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The priority next action include 1, finalizing the national diaspora policy to provide clarity, trust, and strategic direction of engagement with the diaspora. 2, building a robust diaspora database, including savings and establish pattern remittance usage. 3, automating account opening for both regular banking and central securities depository account to enable Ugandans in diaspora invest in domestic security market. And 4, preparation of projects or investments attractive to the diaspora. And 5, conducting road shows to promote diaspora bonds and gather diaspora feedback. Issuance of infrastructure bond. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this source of financing is initially proposed to financing the Kampala-Jinja Expressway project as part of financing for this PPP project. The infrastructure bond framework is already in place, and the next step is selection of viable projects for this bond. Improving delivery efficiency of PPPs. Right Honorable Prime Minister, public-private partnerships have significant potential to deliver large projects such as infrastructure. However, they have been constrained by institutional arrangements that need to be addressed. To improve efficiency of PPPs, The following interventions will be undertaken starting in the financial year 26-27. 1. Undertake capacity building on PPPs in MDAs and local governments, covering key personnel such as planners, engineers, procurement officers, and political leaders. 2. Refinancing and committing resources for key projects such as KJE, Kampala Bombo, to avoid stampede and budget shocks. Aligning the nature of financing to project characteristics. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the nature of financing to be mobilized will depend on the nature of the projects. Concessional financing will be prioritized for projects that are not financially viable but are critical for human capital development and service delivery. These include education, health, water and sanitation, livelihoods, and social protection programs. Key examples are the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund, the Uganda Learning Acceleration Program, and the establishment of the regional oncology and diagnostic centers, to mention but a few. This will ensure that essential services reach citizens at the lowest possible cost. Semi-concessional and blended financing will be directed towards transformative infrastructure projects that are financially and economically viable. These include the Masaka-Mbarara and Uganda-South Sudan transmission lines, the rehabilitation of the Kira-Narubali hydro plant, and the National Backbone Infrastructure Project. In addition, flagship undertakings such as the Standard Gauge Railway and Bukasaport Phase 2 will be structured under blended financing arrangements, while major expressways such as the Busega-Mpigi Expressway and the Kampala-Jinja Expressway will be developed through public-private partnerships model. Commercial financing, including export credit agency, financing will be applied strictly to projects with clear streams that can be serviced directly from projected proceeds. These include investments in oil and gas infrastructure such as the refinery and pipeline, industrial and business parks, strategic road corridors, electricity transmission lines, and substations, as well as large-scale irrigation and water supply systems. This approach preserves concessional and semi-concessional resources for projects in the social sectors that do not generate direct financial returns, but are essential for service delivery and human development. Right Honorable Prime Minister, for non-external finance projects, government will allocate 50% of the net domestic financing to their implementation. These will include, among others, district and community access roads projects, transport infrastructure maintenance, health, education, water, and sanitation. These will ensure that the local governments are adequately supported to deliver services directly to the citizens. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this alignment of financing with the project viability will guarantee that resources are mobilized at the lowest possible cost, fiscal risks are minimized, and development outcomes are maximized across central and local governments. Strategies to improve disbursement of external loans and grants. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the proposed budget for financial 26-27 will prioritize financing for solutions to the challenges hindering project implementation. These strategies include improving programming and management of counterparty funding, especially that meant for land acquisition and compensation, prioritizing critical projects, exploring alternative funding sources, improving project preparation, streamlining approval processes, strengthening and enforcement of environmental and social safeguards, simplifying procurement procedures, and reviewing loan approval processes. Medium-term reforms to unlock large financing. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, to mobilize funds to finance large projects and long-term investments, government will undertake the following interventions in the medium term. Rethinking the reform of the pension sector, insurance, and the capital markets to unlock huge financing potential. 2, form a conglomerate of equity companies around the mineral reserves, assets owned by government, and attract private capital by listing of shares. 3, incentivizing and promotion of corporate debt financing to relieve government of the debt burden generated from financing such institutions like corporate bonds with more favorable terms for institutions like UDB, UDC, National Water and Sewage Corporation. Reforming the PPP framework to address the current lacuna in the law that is constraining progress in formulation and execution of PPP projects. Status of public debt. Honorable Prime Minister, Uganda's public debt remains sustainable over the medium term. By end of June, total stock of public debt was $32.33 billion, which is equivalent to 116.2 Uganda shilling trillion, up from $25.63 billion, which translates to Uganda shillings 9.472 trillion as at the end of June 2024. Of this, domestic debt was $16.8 billion, which is equivalent to 60.34 trillion Uganda shillings, and external was $15.54 billion, which translates into 55.88 trillion Uganda shillings. This translated into a debt to GDP ratio of 51.3%, remaining within a sustainable threshold in the short to the medium term. The increase in public debt reflects higher external disbursement and expanded domestic borrowing to finance major infrastructure projects. The share of domestic debt as a percentage of the total debt stock rose to 51.9% as at the end of June 2025 from 42.9% the previous year, which was within the approved medium-term debt strategy and annual borrowing plan. The external commercial debt stock slightly reduced by 11.3% as of June 2025 compared to the previous year due to repayments of $243 million, exceeding new disbursements of $122 million. Budget risks and mitigations. Honorable Prime Minister, these internal, external, regional, and global challenges and opportunities that could impact positively or negatively the attainment of the objectives of the budget strategy. A, the potential impact of the global trade war B, disruption in export markets. C, continued high interest rates and further in overseas development assistance. D, corruption in the public sector. E, regional and global conflicts. F, devastating effects of climate change. Proposed strategies to manage this risk. A, identify the political and technical intensify the political and technical discussions through strengthening economic and commercial diplomacy. B, diversification of exports and trade markets and strengthening regional and continental trade. C, enhance digitization and automation of government systems and processes. D, expedite implementation of innovative financing strategies. E, implementing adaptation climate change policies and intensify activities for accessing climate finance. For example, green bonds, date swaps for nature. Now, let me conclude. I'm sure you are dying. It has been too long, don't worry. In line with the Public Finance Management Act 2015 amended, the following are the next steps. Just listen very carefully. A, issuance of the first budget call circular to give detailed guidance to all programs, ministries, departments, and agencies to start preparation for financial year 26-27 budget framework paper in line with this strategy. B, preparation of the national budget framework paper to be submitted to Parliament by 31st December 2025. With all these many things that I have said, I wish now to lay my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I also want to thank you for listening attentively. With the progress we have so far made, I think we can now break for tea break, and then we come back thereafter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Allow me, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to do a very simple thing which should have been earlier. I request that the honorable ministers who are attending kindly stand up for recognition before we break, because I understand, Prime Minister, you may be going away. So can I request, I beg your indulgence, so, ministers who are here, kindly stand up for recognition. We'll not mention sectors, but just stand up for recognition, please. Can I request the ministers of state as well? Permanent secretaries, please. Permanent secretaries present, please stand up for recognition. And allow me, the delegates of my permanent secretary, to mention here that this event is put together by the Directorate of Budget. All officers who belong to the Directorate of Budget, led by our captain, please stand up for recognition. Now, this team will be traversing the country to continue with the process that the PS spoke to, and kindly honor them when they come with all the ideas and innovative contributions that you can make. May I also request your Right Honorable Prime Minister that you indulge us with a picture, but this picture is going to be limited and it's going to be taken here at the front so that we're able to record this I request that the Prime Minister be joined by the ministers and the permanent secretaries here. And it's going to be a short picture taken quickly as we exit. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Special announcement. I am supposed to represent the president right now in Fort Portal. And so I can see I have, on this program, I will be chairing the panel of discussion on the budget strategy. And so I want to delegate my sister, Honorable Musenero. As I go to represent the president in Fort Portal. Thank you so much.
May I request the chairpersons and members of parliament present? I apologize for that omission. Chairpersons of committees and members of parliament present, kindly stand up for recognition. And the opposition chief whip as well. I'm aware that could be here. Okay, thank you very much. May I request, with your permission, Right Honorable Prime Minister, it will be the second stair at the front. I request the ministers to join, and I request the permanent secretaries as well. The ministers, permanent secretaries, National Planning Authority, chairmen of committees of parliament, members of parliament, please. Chairmen of committees of parliament. Thank you very much. The minister normally says money has come, money is coming. I think this picture has come. Can we smile, all of us, so that the picture has actually arrived? For the cameras, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, photographers and media crews. Thank you very much. So we are breaking for 30 minutes, and we'll be back for business. Thank you very much. As I mentioned, as you exit, we have protocol teams which are going to usher the VVIPs at a special lounge on the ground floor. That is going to happen as you exit. May I request that our colleagues from the prisons band take over in the interlude, and then 30 minutes we'll be back here. Thank you very much. had the speeches at the beginning, of course, starting with the Permanent Secretary, Secretary Treasury, who made his remarks, and the Minister the Prime Minister rather, but then the Minister who delivered the strategy direction for the budget for 2026-2027. You're requested to please, the meeting has started. Can we pay attention, ladies and gentlemen? Can we pay attention? I request that we pay attention so that we conduct this business as fast as possible. Honorable Minister, you are welcome to join us on the podium. Here, sir. I was saying that the minister, in a brief, pointed out the 5 strategic objectives for the strategy, which include increase value addition to agriculture, minerals, oil and gas, and tourism, continue with the investment in sciences, technology, and innovation, investment in enablers, transport infrastructure, electricity, irrigation, industrial parks, education, health and security, enhance revenue, and of course, continue on our journey for regional integration, regional markets, and access to the wider region. Now, the rest of the papers are available, and if you've registered, we'll make sure that these papers come to you, but the hard copies are also, we are minimizing use of hard copies, but late, we're going into that session where the overview of government annual performance report for 2024-2025 is going to be, will continue in accordance with the program. Thank you, sir.
Telling me to do chap chap, wrong. But since you survived, telling me to do chap chap, wrong. But since you survived Honorable Kasaija's presentation, I know you'll manage ours much, much better. Ladies and gentlemen, overall NDP3 period to guide and inform the identification of priorities and outcomes to ensure that the annual performance review is informed by specific reviews of the 18 NDP programs and is conducted in a more robust and consultative manner so that it is more impactful and better with that circulating to all members for a detailed study and possible response. As you can see, these slides are quite crowded, so we have tried to summarize as much as possible. So number one, I go to agro-industrialization. While 58.3% achievement rate indicates reasonable progress, the 41.7% shortfall in critical agricultural infrastructure and food security areas pose significant risks to national development objectives. Immediate corrective action is essential to prevent further delays and ensure that in financial 2025-2026 targets remain achievable. Failure in developing storage infrastructure, food security enhancement measures, and water resource utilization have hindered, have remained a challenge under agro-industrialization. Secondly, we have mineral development program. There was good performance in 328,566 tons of iron ore were produced against a target of only 100,000. So they surpassed the target. Also, non-tax revenue collection increased by 40% to 35 billion in financial 2024-25, surpassing the annual target of 25 billion. However, the program fell short in performance in the volume of imported inorganic fertilizers. The performance also, there was stagnation in the drive towards import substitution and value addition to local minerals. The value of refined gold exports was 4 million, far below the NDP3 target. The NDP target of United States dollars 787 million. We only received $4 million. Most of the gold is not refined before export. The mining sector contributed 2% to the GDP, falling short of the annual target of 5.7, despite being key in the transformation of the economy. Under sustainable development of petroleum resources, the program did well in attraction of foreign direct investment. We attracted Uganda shillings 4.56 trillion to the oil and gas sector against the NDP3 target of 1.1 trillion. The number of persons employed in the oil and gas industry was 54,954 against the NDP3 target of 20,000. And contracts awarded to Ugandan local companies matched the NDP3 target. However, challenges were experienced in slow implementation of resettlement action plan activities for the refined products, and that's the pipeline and the TZ Uganda gas pipeline, and in studies and exploration. We recommend that we fast track the project completion, that is the refinery, the ECOP, Kabale Industrial Park for better revenue inflow and ultimately improving the contribution to the GDP. We should also improve efficiency in the fuel routes for sustainable reserves management and pump price stability. Under the manufacturing program, the manufacturing value attained was United States dollars 7.46 billion against a target of US 2.5 billion. However, none of the targeted 5 industrial park sites were equipped with the requisite infrastructure. Other challenges included delayed operationalization and servicing of industrial parks, land acquisition challenges for industrial park, land disputes, and delayed compensation. We recommend adopting a phased master plan that sequences service plots and logistics zones, and pursuing trade facilitation and export promotion to sustainably increase demand for local manufacturing. Under tourism, although international tourist arrivals reached 1.37 million and generating 1.28 billion in foreign exchange earnings, these fell short of the NDP3 targets of 1.87 million tourists and the targeted income of USD 1.77 billion, respectively. Domestic tourism saw a 5.2% increase with 152 Ugandans visiting key tourist attractions. Tourism's contribution to GDP rose to 5.7%, equivalent to 12.1 trillion,
though below the 8.1% GDP target. Also, tourism contributed 7.2% to total employment of people who were directly employed in the tourism value chain in 2024. The challenges observed here were limited branding and narrow product range to attract tourists, especially leisure tourists. There was also negative publicity and travel advisories regarding tourism and disease outbreaks that indicated uncoordinated movement of troops. We propose rigorous implementation of Uganda's and regulation and coordinated flow of information in regard to tourism and disease outbreaks. Under natural resources, environment, climate change, land and water management, there was good performance in areas of municipal solid waste and safety management. It increased from 35% to 70%. There was poor performance, however, in wetland cover, which declined from 10.9% against the NDP target of 12%. Key issues include continued issuance of illegal titles in Central Forest Reserves, unsafe disposal of industrial waste, and increased pollution and silting of rivers and lakes. We propose strict enforcement of mandatory forest and wetland buffers and non-discriminatory penalties for encroachment, and establishing a specific fund for titling of public institutional land. I now turn to private sector development. The program registered mixed performance with only 29.4% of outcomes and 48.9% of outputs achieved. Notable progress was recorded in the formalization of informal businesses under the Taxpayer Register Expansion Program. Private sector credit as a share of GDP stood at 14.4% against the target of 27.4%. And retirement assets to GDP reached 12.2%, well below the global average of 29%. Domestic market capitalization to GDP improved to 9.1% from 5.4%, but counterfeit tracking and distraction performed poorly at only 25% of the annual budget. Challenges included inadequate monitoring and coordination of incubation centers, low usage of Ugandan products in construction, limited procurement opportunities for local contractors due to development partner conditions, and underperformance of retirement and life insurance assets. Going forward, we propose that focus should be placed on strengthening interagency monitoring of incubation centers, improving certification and inspection of locally produced construction materials, and promoting local content through policy provisions in large contracts. Stronger partnerships between international firms and Uganda contractors should also be pursued to support skill transfer and capacity building within the private sector. Number 8 is Sustainable Energy Development Program. The program performed well in increasing transmission capacity of high voltage lines of 5,319 kilometers against the NDP target of 4,354 kilometers. Households connected to electricity was at 60%, meeting the NDP target. However, it fell short in average cost of electricity because the target should be 5 cents, but we are at 8 cents. Energy generation capacity was 2,057 megawatts versus the NDP target of 3,500 megawatts. and the share of clean energy for cooking was 25% against a target of 50%. The challenges include high energy losses at 16% against the NDP target of 14%, which are mainly commercial losses, including power theft. We have also delays in project affected persons compensation, leading to project implementation spanning an average of 8 to 10 years. We have an example, Mbarara Masaka transmission line, among others here. We recommend fast tracking or payment for persons affected by projects, and sensitization of communities on renewable energy and energy efficient technologies to complement hydroelectric sources. Number 9 is integrated transport infrastructure services. Here, kilometers of national roads increase, the paved roads increased to 6,312.1 kilometers from 6,199 kilometers. But this fell short of the NDP target of 7,500 kilometers. KCCA improved 27 road junctions against the targeted 22, so they overperformed. And Bukungu, Kabaramaido, Kagwara ferries on Lake Victoria were launched were launched. Outstanding challenges: the right-of-way acquisition, 242 acres of the required 464 acres for the standard gauge rail project have been acquired, and none of the planned 420 hectares of land was acquired for national roads, thus denying contractors access to some sites. For example, Luwero Butalangu Road, Chira, Matuga Road, Kisoro Mugahinga Road, etc. Here we have also accumulated areas amounting to 1.07 trillion and is growing, leading to suspension of some projects like Masindi, Biso, and Kabale, Kizira, Mfumbi, critical oil roads. Najana Nkumbi, Busabala, Moroto, Lokita, Nyala, Mitiana Mubende, etc. So we had road safety concerns. There was a 6% increase in road crashes, leading to 7% increase in death, with 5,144 people dying. Also, 44.5% of the crashes were due to careless driving, while majority of the deaths were border riders. They constituted 47%, and the pedestrians were 34%. We recommend that you prioritize and ring-fence funding for land acquisition and payment of the certified areas for resumption of the suspended road projects. We propose enforcement of traffic laws and regulations through targeted operations, ensuring that they wear crash helmets and roof jackets. Number 10 is sustainable urbanization and housing. The critical issues identified here were weak institutional frameworks linking physical and economic planning, poor coordination between multiple approval agencies affecting project timelines, inadequate spatial organization level for service delivery continuity. Strategic implications here is implementation of interagency service level agreements with penalty mechanisms for approval delays beyond the set timeframes. We need to strengthen institutional frameworks to better integrate physical and economic planning processes into the parish development model implementation. Number 11 is digital transformation program. The program performed well in ICT usage, internet coverage and penetration, 1,000 jobs over and above the target of 40,000. But contribution to GDP was only 2%, below the target of 3.6, and the ICT Development Index, the IDI value was 0, well below the target of 3. We recommend that the program should address the low and unequal access to internet in rural areas, which is just 48%. Then weak interoperability of government systems and shortage of skills by accelerating ICT infrastructure development and implementing fully the action plan to address skills gaps. Number 12 is human capital development. Here, the program performed well in accreditation of university programs, increasing the proportion of preschool caregivers, proportion of health workers per 10,000 of livelihood programs and access to improved water facilities at 67%, even though still below the target of 72.1%. However, there was still big from P7 was at only 6 staffing levels in health centers, in health, at just 38%. This is really low. And a very low level of access to health insurance at just 1.1%. And a low employment population ratio of 38.8, below the NDP target of 69. Prohibitive high school fees charges, fast-tracking universal health care insurance bill, and prioritizing the new staffing structure, expanding wealth creation funds and social protection interventions, among others. Under Innovation, Technology Development and Transfer Program, we noted improved performance in development of appropriate technologies, registration of intellectual properties at 4,230, above the target of 2,500, and increasing technician million people, implementation of STI legal and regulatory framework to foster innovation and investment, expedite the implementation of its projects, which are largely behind schedule, invest in better collection of administrative data, and prioritize the setting up of the UN Level 4 laboratory for high-hazard infectious diseases. Number 14 is Public Sector Transformation Program. Good performance was registered in the successful rollout of the Balanced Scorecard, which was implemented by 17 MDAs, exceeding the NDP3 target of 7 MDAs. Public service digital transactions reached Uganda shillings 185 million, surpassing the 100 million target in the NDP3. However, the government effectiveness index is still at negative 0.5, despite heavy reforms such as the RAPEX. This caused service gaps, impacting short-term effectiveness in staffing, funding, and coordination. We recommend clarifying mandates and resource allocation before yield of long-term consequences. Biometric attendance was low due to low compliance, due to device coverage, and also due to connectivity issues. Thus, a need to enforce attendance-linked job sanctions stroke rewards. Salary disparities from selective reforms also affected morale. While immediate harmonization isn't feasible, enhancement of work benefits like medical cover, transport facilitation, study grants, housing allowances, and recognition awards could improve morale in the medium term. Number 15 is community mobilization and mindset change program. There was an increase in household participation in savings schemes at 62%, which exceeded the target. There was also an 8% increase in diaspora remittances. However, this program scored below target in adult literacy rates, about 15 years old, and in the uptake of the Kiswahili language. We recommend revitalization of community participation in planning right from the parish level for the 6 PDM pillars, scaling up citizen accountability and feedback barazas. Number 16 is governance and security program. The Corruption Perception Index stagnated at 26% over the NDP period. This is attributed to citizens' apathy and limited access to information on the processes of public service delivery. The program faces huge challenges with congestion in prisons, a very high influx of refugees leading to environmental degradation, as refugees largely rely on vegetation for fuel, shelter, and geopolitical security-related risks. We recommend expansion of prison facilities, improved coordination and mediation to promote peaceful resolution of conflicts, as well as enhanced cooperation and collaboration of regional security actors to jointly detect, curtail, and resolve conflicts. Regional Balanced Development Program, number 17. The program interventions contribute to the relative decrease in regional poverty in parts of the country and registered an increase of 17% in the agro-led enterprises, above the target of 6%, and on average, an increase in the coverage of the district road networks to 47%, above the target of 30%. However, overall, the poverty rates are still very high in the regions of Karamoja, in Ivukedi, and the average score for local government service delivery assessment was below 80%, in spite of the general improvement over the years from 57% in 2023. Number 18, which is the last one, the program posted mixed results with only 21% of outcomes and 55% of outputs achieved. While the gross domestic product grew to 6.3% and budget alignment to NDP priorities reached 65.1%, fell below the set targets of 7.2% and 100% respectively. The domestic revenue to GDP stood at 13.2%. Against debt to GDP ratio rose to 51.3%, reflecting the rising debt burden. Performance was also constrained by low achievements of NDP3 results outcomes, with only an average of 40.6% realized. Other key challenges included misalignment between NDP3 priorities and annual outputs of MDAs, limited functionality of program working groups due to funding gaps and overall weak budget execution. Therefore, emphasis should be placed on strengthening domestic revenue mobilization, enhancing budget alignment with NDP priorities, and reinforcing functionals. In addition, more emphasis need to be placed on implementing policies that stimulate sustainable GDP growth while addressing the high debt burden to safeguard fiscal sustainability. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, in the main reports, as I stated at the beginning, we provide a lot more details, including recommendations, to address the constraints and areas of weak performance. That detailed presentation will be made in Changkwanzi. We are proposing that we shall have a retreat in Changkwanzi in November, but it's still subject to approval by the top leadership of this country, given the time of the election period. And when we do, before we do, we expect that we'll work together. You'll work with the Office of the Prime Minister to fill any gaps that may currently exist in the data that we have, so that we present positions that have been agreed together with you. Allow me now to thank all of you for participating in this budget workshop. I would like to encourage you to participate in the full review later this year, and to implore you to prioritize areas of weak performance in budgeting for next financial year. Thank you so much.
This is the permanent first secretary. Okay. Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary Office of the Prime Minister. We go to item number 9, because I'm told in item number 8, the presenter has not shown up. But me, I have a quarrel. You know me, I quarrel all the time. Here we are not hearing anything. Management of this facility surely help us. I have not captured any sentence from the previous. Yeah. I hope you are not also, you are suffering the same way I'm suffering. Anyway, let's proceed. Remarks by the local governments. Who is coming? Mugunga.
Chairperson.
And I'm told that it should only be 5 minutes in order to catch up other things.
Mr. Andrew Moses Anwar, the District Chairperson, Kole District, and President Huluga, please.
But Mugunga, if we cannot hear, maybe he may be...
Can we request the ICT team to sort out, there's a feedback up here. The rest of the people get the sound easily, but there's a bit of distortion. If you can do something to manage backstage here, I don't know, wherever it is, there's a problem with the speaker on this side. We're not picking you. Thank you very much.
I'm not hearing anything here.
Thank you very much. I want to address the Right Honorable Prime Minister in our absentia, honorable ministers and ministers of state, the Chairperson, Planning Authority, members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, the permanent secretaries, the district leaders, the chief administrative officers, fraternity of urban authorities, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, we have a brief presentation which we want to lay in this National Budget Conference. But before I do that, I want to request my brother, the President of Uganda Urban Authorities Association, to stand up for recognition. Thank you very much, Dr. Sanya. I salute you all and bring you warm greetings from the district and urban local government fraternity. Allow me to express our gratitude to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for the opportunity given to us to participate and present local government key prioritized areas in the National Budget Conference. It is our prayer that you give due consideration to the issues raised in this paper as you prepare the National Budget Strategy for the financial year 2026-2027. The local government fraternity is grateful to Government of Uganda and Local Government Finance Commission for continuously facilitating local governments under the Uganda Local Government Negotiation and Advocacy Team, the UNAT, to ably hold the annual negotiations between local governments and different programs. We congratulate government for having successfully transited from the sector-based negotiations to program-based conditional grant negotiations as provided for under Article 193, Clause 3 of the Constitution of Uganda. We are optimistic that the alignment of the conditional grants to programs in local government and even at the center will improve coherency and coordination of programs and resources to positively impact our service delivery across board. We pray that the agreed positions under the different programs are adhered to in order to boost the financing of local governments for quality, timely, and sustainable services to the people of Uganda. We have the following issues, Honorable Minister. And these issues and proposals will inform the National Budget Strategy for financial year 2026-2027. Number one, investment in integrated transport infrastructure services, which includes roads, railways, water, air, and construction of bridges. This will reduce the cost of transportation and travel time. We truly appreciate His Excellency, the President of Uganda, for giving us 1 billion shillings road maintenance grant, which has improved the road networks in local governments. However, these funds are not sufficient to cover the gaps left by the reduction in the road fund. In addition, there are 357 newly created sub-counties and 356 town councils which do not receive road maintenance grant. Furthermore, during the rainy season, many bridges become inaccessible, yet local governments do not have sufficient resources to work on them. Municipalities and cities lack equipment for road maintenance, and the new district local governments do not have a full set of road equipment to date. This affects the timely maintenance of roads in the country. We have the following proposals. A, government should consider increasing the road maintenance grant from 1 billion to at least 2 billion shillings. B, all the 357 new sub-counties and 356 town councils be considered for under the road maintenance grant. C, districts and urban local governments be allocated funds to work on the bridges to improve on connectivity. D, government should procure road equipments for the municipalities and cities and the newly created district local government be provided with a full set of road equipments to facilitate timely road maintenance. E, funding should be provided to Ministry of Works and Transport to improve connectivity in island local governments to ease mobility and the cost of doing business. F, funding should be allocated to support local governments to repair aerodromes to ease the mobility of tourists who contribute greatly to our GDP. Issue number 2 is on agro-industrialization. Agro-industrialization is one of the key ATMs to sustainably increase production and productivity in agriculture. However, the current state of the extension workers in terms of staffing, capacity, and retooling remains wanting for Uganda to realize quality production, productivity, and value addition. There is limited access to agricultural financing and insurance to facilitate all value chain nodes for optimization of production despite the existence of the agriculture credit facility managed by our commercial banks and access to water for production. Livestock and fish farming is a challenge due to high co-funding costs. We have the following proposals under this issue item. A, government should increase the grant allocation for extension services to allow local governments provide effective and efficient extension services to farmers, including recruitment of additional extension workers at lower local government level, retooling them and enhancing their capacity to ably support the current PDM initiatives and other government programs. B, government should revive the agricultural banks to handle credits for small and medium farmers and also negotiate with the commercial banks to have credit urbanization and housing and congestion. In addition, solid waste management remains a critical challenge in many cities and local governments. Yet, if well managed, it can be a source of local revenue to boost the financing of services in local government. We have the following proposals to make. A, government should provide funds to districts and urban local governments to facilitate preparation of physical development plans. B, government should provide funds to local government for valid waste management and provision of garbage trucks to town councils. Issue number 6 is under private sector development program. We are grateful to government through the Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives for provision of 141 motorcycles to the district commercial officers to ease their mobility as they carry out their respective roles. We propose to Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to increase funding to TLED Department for better implementation of PDM and EMIOGA programs and other private sector growth and job creation programs in local government. Issue number 7, the financing of local government remain unsustainable to the task of long-term service delivery and local development since the national budget has continued to grow to now 72 trillion shillings, but with the share which goes to local government only at 8%. It is our prayer that out of the total national budget, at least an increment should be given to the share that goes to the local government. We call upon government to progressively increase the share of local government allocations of the national budget, starting with at least for financial year 2026-2027. This will enable the local governments to contribute to the realization of the 10-fold growth strategy and Vision 2040. Issue number 8, induction of political leaders. There has been no comprehensive induction for local government elected leaders this term of office. The absence of a standardized onboarding process leaves new leaders ill-equipped to navigate the distinctive duties of local governance, understand their constitutional responsibilities, and internalize the accountability frameworks that govern local public service delivery. It is our request that this critical matter that requires about 30 billion be given priority funding in financial year 2026-2027. Issue number 9 is on transport for technical personnel at lower local government. Government last provided motorcycle to sub-county chiefs and town clerks in the year 2006. We continue to call upon government to allocate at least 28.392 billion in the financial year 2026-2027 to procure motorcycles for sub-county chiefs and town clerks to enable them monitor, supervise government programs, and undertake their responsibilities. Number 10 is on remunerations for the technical personnel in local government. We applaud government for enhancing salaries for chief administrative officers and town clerks, and the commitment to enhance salaries for political leaders. It is our prayer that salary enhancement consideration is made for all technical staff in local government during the financial year 2026-2027 to address the salary disparities and its negative impact on service delivery. In conclusion, as I conclude, allow me to once again thank you for having invited WOLGA and UAAU, the voices of local government, to this national budget conference to present the local government inputs to the budget strategy for financial year 2020 development, minerals, and science, technology, economy. On this note, as district and urban local governments, our unreserved expectations are aligned to the need for effective system, processes, and resources to enable us effectively execute respective mandates to come in the fiscal year 2026-2027. I thank all of you for listening to me, for unity and efficiency for local governments in Uganda. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much indeed. Anybody who wants to comment on something? No? Or we are getting another presenter? Okay. Civil society.
Yes, Honorable Minister. We've agreed that they submitted the papers. What they are going to do is formally submit, but not read the whole thing. So they are going to highlight just key issues. They have 3 minutes each to do that. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. You have heard what has been said.
Right Honorable Prime Minister in absentia, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, the permanent secretaries, heads of MDAs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I will be speaking on behalf of the two of civil society, so I'll combine those minutes, 6 minutes, but also in the spirit of transparency and accountability and inclusiveness, we should also be given that consideration. As the budget transparency partners, my name is Dr. Binom Chath. I'm the Executive Director of ACCORD and partners with Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in promoting budget transparency and accountability, and I'm glad to be here. So as BTI partners, we appreciate the government of the Republic of Uganda, specifically Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, for the opportunity to effectively participate in Uganda's national planning and budget processes, which is a sign of government's commitment to openness and inclusive governance as we move our democracy and grow our democracy. We also commend Minister of Finance for maintaining inflation below 5% and sustaining economic growth and ensuring fiscal stability, which has created a favorable environment for long-term development, attracting foreign direct investment in this country. This budget conference marks the second year of implementing the National Development 2025, 26, 2030, 31, and continues to roll out the tenfold growth strategy, which targets GDP growth from $61 billion US dollars to 500 billion USD by 2040, which is a change of the mindset, and we appreciate government and indeed the ministry for that kind of ambition. It's a very good ambition to awaken the sleeping giant. Achieving tenfold growth, though, is a good goal that will require an average 12% annual growth rate, which necessitates a shift from business as usual to a more strategic, disciplined, and high-impact budgeting and budget implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving this target will also require more than an ambition, and it demands, if we are to quote the president, Sanja Hakuna Mchezo. So we have to do business, and I want to appreciate the speech by the permanent secretary, that the mindset must be that, yes, we can, because if we continue to look at challenges, but we cannot forget that there are challenges, they are there, but we must look forward to surmount those challenges, and other countries have achieved it, other regions of the world have achieved it, why can't we achieve it? So we have to do business as usual. So to achieve this, civil society proposed the following. To achieve the tenfold growth, will require, for example, the Uganda to address the growing debt burden must be tackled seriously. Uganda's public debt is rising steadily, reaching 30.19 billion in March 2025. This is a lot of money. In Uganda shillings, it's about 110 trillion from 29.06 billion in December 2024. And now the GDP debt, the debt GDP ratio is 52%, which means that we spend a lot of money paying the debt, and we remain with little to invest in productive development. Debt servicing burden now consumes about 40% of the domestic revenue, significantly reducing funds for essential sectors such as, of course, infrastructure, health, education, and agriculture. So we are not against borrowing, but borrowing must be measured, we must get concessional loans, we must be intentional, we must actually implement the projects on time rather than accruing interest, and which we have to pay. So we recommend balancing the debt portfolio towards concessional financing. We also recommend prioritizing concessional borrowing from multilateral institutions, but also avoid high interest short-term loans from commercial banks. Also borrowing from the commercial banks, of course, you know, Honorable Minister crowds out the private sector. but money in Uganda is extremely expensive, and yet you want to support middle, small businesses to borrow money and grow. Because actually, if you support small and medium enterprises, they have been known to employ about 70% of our people. But if they cannot borrow money, which is very expensive, if they are dying because sometimes of the taxes, then actually you're undermining ourselves. So we also recommend strengthening domestic resource mobilization. We appreciate URA for surpassing the target, but also we recommend being sensitive so that we don't kill the small enterprises in the quest for surpassing the targets. Then, of course, number 6, Honorable Minister and ladies and gentlemen, is addressing the need to address, the budget should be able to address inequality through targeted budget investment. Regions such as Karamoja, with a population of 1.5 million, about 3% of Uganda's population, remains one of the most underdeveloped regions in the country. The region reports the highest poverty rate, about 74.2%, against the national average of 16.1, according to UBOS 2025 report. Lowest literacy rate, lowest early childhood education attendance, over 57% of the population is under 18 in Karamoja, yet 57% of them are not in employment, in education, or in any training. A study done by Karamoja Herders of the Horn, these are our partners, we work in Karamoja, shows that despite modest increases in absolute terms, Karamoja's national budget share remains stagnant at 4%, reflecting persistent underdevelopment. And yet this region has a great potential that should be unlocked for actually national development. And what are we recommending? I don't want to surpass my time. So I recommend increased budget allocation to priority sectors for Karamoja. Let me summarize. Karamoja needs, we need to invest seriously in Karamoja. The other point has to do with enhancing climate change financing, and I want to appreciate the PS, the Prime Minister, and you, Honorable Minister, you all actually are very positive, recognizing climate change as actually a game changer. It could reverse most of the gains we have made because Uganda is heavily dependent on agriculture, and our agriculture is rain-fed. So investing in climate change is going to be very, very important. So I have not given the figures because of time, because we do research. I wanted to give figures, but there's a need to scale up climate investment and also localize climate action in government programs, prioritize climate interventions at the local level where the impacts are most severe. Climate resiliency should be mainstreamed into key programs such as the parish development model, EMIOGA, district development plans, with dedicated funding to climate-smart agriculture, water conservation, and disaster preparedness. But also, Honorable Minister proposed the need to prioritize productive solar energy in the agricultural value chain. Energy plays a critical role in agriculture in Uganda, influencing productivity, efficiency, and sustainability. Only 20 to 30% of the population of Uganda has access. Only 20 to 30% of our population has access to electricity, and even less in rural areas. Costly, limited, and unreliable rural grid. And so access higher mechanization and agro-industrialization. So if we are talking about agro-industrialization, where only 20 to 30% of the people have access to electricity, they are not balancing. And so Uganda has a huge potential for renewable energy, and under the renewable energy policy of 2019, solar is a key focus with the goal to raise renewable energy share 30% by 2030. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has developed a national roadmap on scaling up productive use of solar energy to address the challenge of energy access in the agricultural value chain. What are we recommending? That we have a national roadmap, but it's not financed. So we recommend that this budget prioritize productive use of solar energy by providing adequate resources to operationalize the national roadmap, which is there on the shelves. We also wanted to draw your attention to youth unemployment, which could also be a breaker, a reversal of our progress. Honorable Minister and ladies and gentlemen, youth unemployment remains a critical challenge threatening inclusive growth and national stability. The 2024 census, according to the 2024 census, the unemployment rate for youth aged between 18 and 30 stands at 16.1%, while female youth disproportionately affected. These are 18.7, compared to the males at 13%. So we need to engender that intervention. Even more concerning, 51% of the youth aged between 20 and 24 are not in employment, they are not in education or training, a clear indicator of systemic exclusion from the economy and limited access to skills opportunities. What are we recommending? Scale up investment in skills and job readiness programs, increase budgetary allocation to technical and vocational education and training, digital skills and development. Youth innovation hubs should be established across the country. I'll stop there. Finally, as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister will recommend investing in regional specialized hospitals around this country. In 2021 alone, over 10,000 Ugandans, if you want to clap for that, please clap. I'm copying the minister. In 2021 alone, over 10,000 Ugandans sought specialized medical treatment abroad. In 2021 alone, over 10,000 Ugandans sought specialized treatment abroad, while fewer than 1,000 foreign medical tourists visited Uganda in the same year, according to the Uganda Tourism Board. This stark imbalance reflects the limited availability and quality of specialized health services within the country. And according to the International Journal of Travel Medicine and Global Health, Uganda spends approximately 400 billion Uganda shillings annually on foreign medical referrals, a significant financial outflow that strains national resources and exposes gaps in the domestic health system. The lack of regional specialized hospitals forces patients to either travel long distances within Uganda to seek costly medical care abroad, undermining equity in health care access and increasing financial pressure on households and the government alike. What do we recommend? Allocate funding for regional specialized hospitals. In the financial year 2026-2027 budget, which is this one, government should prioritize the construction and equipping of at least 4 regional specialized hospitals across Uganda to turn Uganda into a medical tourist country. And Uganda is strategically located. If we have one in the north, South Sudan would be coming there. If we have one like in Imbarara, Western Uganda, you have Congo, you have Tanzania, you have Rwanda, you have Burundi, and Uganda coming there and getting a lot of money. And of course, in the center, we have, but we need to invest in them. And to achieve this, Honorable Minister, I know that we don't have much money, but we can attract money through public-private partnerships, encourage investment through PPs in specialized healthcare infrastructure, technology, and skills development to improve service delivery and reduce reliance on international treatment. But also it is important to upskill our health workers in specialized fields, invest in continuous training and capacity building for medical workers so that we can achieve that. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Private Sector Foundation. Now, take over.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Ministers, PSs, diplomats, and colleagues from the private sector. I'm going to be very brief because most of the things have been covered, but I want to highlight very critical things. First, Honorable Minister, the PSST mentioned something to do with opportunity statements. I'm going to make opportunity statements here. 2, our thrust and document is very comprehensive, and we've already submitted it to the Secretariat for further consumption, and so that we can remove the issues. The third issue, Honorable Minister, is issue to do with competitiveness, job creation, business environment, and the issue of access to finance that then would propel the economy. So I'll be very brief. I'll cut to the chase all the details. So I'll just speak quickly in the context of the ATMs, if you will. Number one, on the issue of agriculture, we are proposing at the private sector that you increase funding to the minute level of in excess of 3 trillion shillings in these areas, Honorable Minister. Support to agro-processing hubs. Number 2, specifically look at removal of levies, especially on commodities like the maize bran, so that we can then propel the issue of value addition to this sector. The other issue, Honorable Minister and members, is we scale the funding for mechanization, especially tractors, to be taken at least to the parish levels, thereby boosting production. 2, there is still a sluggishness in the area of investing in storage capability. Storage capability actually affects our ability to keep quality, and that is affecting issues to do with phytosanitary conditions for especially the exports in that context. The third is investing more money in water for production. Honorable Minister, I am a farmer. I did invest in a infrastructure for water for production. My capacity and yield was actually increased by more than 100%. So irrigation is critical, but it can be decentralized down to the village level. The other element on agriculture, Honorable Minister, which I thought did not give enough gravitas, was the issue of funding research and actually paying money for that research to be put in use. And again, we have a whole comprehensive. We believe that these 4 elements will push up our contribution to GDP by more than 30%, and we have statistics for that. The second point on the T is the tourism development. Honorable Minister, of urgent concern for us as private sector is the issue to review and revisit the 27 taxes and levies that are going to the private sector, hotels, travel, accommodation facilities, and those places. Again, we have another element of that. The need for us to invest more money in infrastructure for roads, especially leading to national parks. Honorable Minister, you are aware of Uganda's GEM in Bwindi. It contributes close to 60% of our earnings in conservation revenues. Mr. Minister, a trip from here to Bwindi is more than 12 hours. We propose that you upgrade aerodromes, airstrips, and any landing facilities, because a flight from Kajansi to Chihihi is only 40 minutes. 40 minutes. A road trip is anywhere between 12 and 15 hours. That is not competitiveness. And that is very easy. We know we can do it very well in that context. That would propel our earnings in tourism by more than $1 billion every year. The next is, and we thank government, and I thank the PSST who is here, increasing marketing budget to 200 billion. What that would essentially do, it would push up tourism arrivals by 15% in terms of value, stay and spend, and Uganda's tourism will add another $3 billion. And we have statistics for that. I've talked about harmonizing taxes. The other issue for us at private sector is the issue of training young people in hotel, tourism, and hospitality skills. We propose that the Hotel Tourism and Training Institute in Jinja be given international status to the point that then we shall be not just improving competitiveness and service delivery at the national level, but we shall then be able to export some of this human resource to other countries in that context. As I conclude, on the issue of manufacturing and minerals, we propose extra funding in expansion of industrial parks, free zones, digitalizing mining data, formalizing the artisanal mining industry, and especially to ensure that we grow that area. Finally, on the science and technology sector, we propose increased funding for startups, giving them affordable credit, especially for the young people with so many skills, expanding broadband to about 70%, but also managing cyber insecurity, if you like, scaling up ICT training, especially BPOs, and then, of course, one of Uganda's biggest gems of supporting the creative arts. We thank government and PSST especially for providing that element, but there's quite a bit more that can be done. Again, I said that we have a comprehensive document. I am standing here on behalf of my chair. I have just seen my vice chair coming in. Thank you very much. We submit as private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anybody wanting to come and put off? No, because this is session. I want to call the PS of local government to representing, I think, his or her minister. Over to you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Ministers present in the House, PSCs, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Minister of Local Government has added on the current menu by highlighting important issues that should be included in the budgeting regime for 2026-2027. Firstly, Honorable Minister, is the staffing gaps at the local government level. Honorable Minister, several times we have mentioned that we need to resolve the issue of wage deficits to be able to start by recruiting heads of departments, critical staff, and other strategic staff, including extension workers. We are not going to succeed in PDM implementation if we don't resolve the issue of extension workers. Every sub-county needs an extension worker to deal with especially crop and animal issues. Honorable, the second issue is the sub-county and town council administrative offices. Government must have a presence. We don't want to fall into the feelings of the old good history. You know that government was always present, sub-county, parish. And we are estimating that if we can start with 10 billion allocation, we can start, and in the expenditure framework, we can be able to raise the required 38.5 billion shillings to be able to address the deficit in administration headquarters of LC3s. Honorable Minister of Finance and honorable members, we have the 10 districts that produce the cities. They were able to get 1 billion the last financial year, not this financial year, and the ministry is proposing that there is no way 1 billion can be enough to establish a district headquarter infrastructure. And we are proposing that in 26-27, the ministry should provide an additional 1 billion for the 10 districts. The third issue, Honorable Minister, is the induction of elected leaders. I don't want to go in detail, but this term we are in, the cabinet members were inducted, Parliament was inducted, but local governments were not inducted. Who needed more this induction? I think the answer is well known. So we are proposing an allocation of 18 billion to be able to induct all the local governments, and we normally do it at the district, municipal, and sub-county level because all of them are responsible for service delivery. The other issue, Honorable Minister, is transport equipment. We thank government that it provided 35.2 billion shillings, and we have been able to purchase pickup vehicles for the district chairpersons, city mayors, and municipal mayors. But we are requesting that this money should be maintained in the budget to be able to provide vehicles for our accounting officers. Many times we have been unfair. We require them to be where roads are being made, to be where schools are, what is happening in schools, to check on health centers. But if they cannot move from their headquarters, how do they be able to reach those areas? So we are requesting that this money should be maintained. The other issue is to, along the enhancement plan for salaries and remuneration, in the next financial year, we should finally deal with the issue of enhancement of our political leaders. Right now, an LC 1 chairperson and 2 chairperson gets 10,000 shillings per month. An LC 3 councillor gets 35,000. And the LC 5 councillor gets 750,000. So this is really does not match with the mandates that these leaders and political leaders all over the world are always facilitated to deliver their part of execution. Honorable Minister, the other issue we want you to consider in the next budget is the funding of the district service commissions and the local government public accounts committees. Currently, the chairperson of a district service commission gets a retainer of 2 million before tax. The other members are depending on local revenue, and councils determine depending on their resource envelope. And we have councils who normally give an allowance of 50,000. So while we expect so much from them, we can never achieve what we want. So we are requesting that the consolidated fund should pick the funding of the district service commissions, city service commissions, and the local government public accounts committees. Also, I want to emphasize that we need to provide the additional required equipment for the 14 districts, which only got 2 units, and also the cities and municipalities to get specialized equipment that deals with the required materials at that level. Quickly, we also want to emphasize the need for the road fund for the town councils and sub-counties. I want to assure Honorable Minister and the gathering that while the issue has been that when you plan, we create. Since 2021, we put a moratorium, so we are not creating. So there is no harm or worry that when you plan, it will be distorted by new creations. I wish to also mention that we also appreciate the provision of 1 billion for road maintenance and rehabilitation, but we are proposing that the big districts, and you know that this has been on the table, has been debated, their allocation should be increased to 3 billion, and for the others should be 2 billion. And we have already prepared a schedule We know which big districts are there in the country, so we are proposing 3 billion and 2 billion for the other smaller districts like the one-county districts. The other issue, Honorable Minister, is the physical development grant for local governments. You are aware that right now we have 589 town councils, 1,487 sub-counties, 31 municipalities, 10 cities, 85 divisions, and of course 135 districts. And at all those levels, we need to have physical development planning, and therefore, this time around, we need to make sure that we adequately provide for them. We are proposing that each of our 10 cities should be allocated 3 billion shillings for physical development plans. Each municipality should be allocated 300 million. These are 31, and each town council should be allocated at least 50 million. It's not adequate, but we can have where to start from. So this one would help to change the face of our physical development trajectory in the country. And then we also wish to work out to make sure that we now have fragmented data and M&E systems across local governments, which affects coordinated monitoring of the outcomes of government efforts. So as we pursue the tenfold growth strategy, it is paramount that this challenge is addressed as an enabler to achieve set targets. Therefore, there is a need to establish an integrated centralized local government data analytics system. This system will integrate service delivery, infrastructure, staffing, local revenue collection, and utilization data while providing real-time analytics. GIS mapping and citizen feedback mechanism under more leadership can be able to address this issue. Honorable Minister, I want to assure you that if we invest in local governments, we will be able to address a number of issues. I can report at another appropriate time that a number of our urban local governments have been on their own to buy themselves graders. Mbarara City, Nansana Municipality, Makindi Sabagabo, Kira Municipality, Mukono Municipality, Gulu City, Lira City, Jinja City, and Mbare City. So local governments are not just sitting, they can contribute, but we need to invest in to be able to address those issues. Finally, Honorable Minister, I have prayers. The success of our local governance agenda, the success of decentralization, hinges on strong intergovernmental coordination and partnership with development partners. We therefore request, 1, line ministries should align their plans with local development priorities, of course working with the ministry. 2, development partners should channel more support to local governments if we have to achieve our development protocols, including SDGs. 3, the private sector should invest in local infrastructure and support production and productivity value chains if we all have to join in. We should not have partnership only in meetings. We want to have partnerships in local development. And then finally, everybody should support decentralization, because decentralization comes from the notion that no one should decide my development without my involvement, and that no one knows more of my problems than myself. And therefore, local governments know their problems, they live with them, they even know the impact of their absence of certain things. And therefore, our last prayer is that let us support decentralization. We shall be able to take Uganda to a higher level stage in the social economic transformation agenda. In conclusion, as we start on the implementation of NDP 4, the tenfold growth strategy, and the budget process for 26-27, let us remember that frontline service delivery is in the districts, cities, municipalities, and parishes. It is at these points that socio-economic transformation must be felt. I reaffirm the ministry's commitment to working with all stakeholders to strengthen decentralization as a foundation for national development. Together, let us build Uganda where every citizen, regardless of where they live, has access to quality services, economic opportunity, and a voice in their governance, for God and my country.
Honorable Minister, can you give a round of applause to the Honorable Minister? So I wish to thank you very much for steering this session to its end. We appreciate the feedback. The reports have been submitted in full, and we'll pick the detail and incorporate as we continue to consult. Kindly, those who have presented, we are coming to the places where you stay in the districts, in local governments and municipalities. Please engage with the teams as they come for a deeper understanding of the issues. So we thank you very much. We would request that, Honorable Minister, before you go, PS and the chairperson, since you are the ones at the podium, the Minister of Public Service encourages that we remain fit, and the wellness must be incorporated in our activities. Bob, where are you? Now that we've been seated for a long time, before we transition, Bob, you have 1 minute to wake up everybody in this room. Can you do that without breaking anybody's back? Thank you.
We raise our hands up. We do this with smiles, please. It's not a punishment. We keep the smiles. So you count after me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We change the pace. We are here now. Put your hands here. We count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 10. Out, brethren! Out, brethren! Out, brethren! Out.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For those of you who have already sat down, you recognize that because this event is a budget conference, our PS and the chairperson of the committee have engines that are turbocharged. You know a turbocharged vehicle? As soon as they stood up, the bottles fell down. That's how much energy that we have. So we request that you take the seats and we transition to the panel. As we all know, the Prime Minister.
Bruno, you know I'm a some person. We have not been hearing really what was being talked. So next time, please don't invite me because I will refuse. Many of the speakers have not grasped it in my head. So therefore, you better 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 summarize the issue that they raised on a piece of paper. Otherwise, now if you tell me, Kasaija, what have these people said? I can tell you, I will say very little. Have you heard Mugunga? Let us put down that whatever has been said, put them in writing, and then circulate them for the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll do that. Secretariats, please take note. Can I also request that we recognize the Honorable Ambassador George Atim, who is from the head of the Kings and Cultural Leadership, who is with us. Can you stand up, please? May we also recognize the Prime Minister of Bunyoro Kitala, please? Bunyoro Kitala. Thank you, sir. And we recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister for Kochi. Kochi, please. Thank you very much. So it's my singular honor now to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister, with the permission of the Minister, left Honorable Musenero to take charge of the panel discussions, and I request that Honorable Musenero comes up. May I also, I think as we do that, the rest of the panelists please join so that we do this as quickly as possible. The panelists from the entities that were selected, you know yourselves: agriculture, tourism, mineral development, science, technology, and innovation. Of course, we have them here. And the chairperson will stay because he gives us oversight and is the champion at parliamentary level for our activities. Okay, I've been requested to ask you, starting at the extreme end, to use your mic that is closer to you, to introduce yourself, and then the Right Honorable Prime Minister will take charge of the rest. Can you start at the end by introducing yourself and the entity, the sector you represent?
Thank you. My name is Remigio Ashia. I am an economist and statistician by training. I am a member of parliament for Pian County. I'm in my 5th term in parliament. I joined parliament in 2005. I am the deputy chairman of the budget committee, and that's the capacity in which I am here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Fiona Nyamtoro, the National Youth Representative and also the Minister of State for Mineral Development.
Thank you very much. My name is Collins Amanya. Here for my minister was just stepped out, representing the agro-industrialization program. I'm the head of planning at the Ministry of Agriculture.
Thank you. I'm Jacqueline Nyirachiza Besije, representing the Tourism Development, the Permanent Secretary, Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to appreciate the Right Honorable Prime Minister for delegating me so that I can test this chair for the next 1 hour or so few minutes. So I wish to appreciate. It so happened that I was also a panelist, so I'll do the dual role, and I hope I'll do it very well, innovatively and scientifically. So because we are running behind time, we are going to handle this session quite quickly. We have experts representing the ATMs. We have repeatedly heard that the ATMs are going to undergird and drive the development, the growth, and the transformation to the qualitative leap which we are going to have. So we would like to now quickly have a run-through of the strategies for key things which are going to make a difference in this next financial year. And we have quick questions, so the session should not take so long. For the panelists, please try to be brief, concise, and precise. And I would like to begin with Madame Jacqueline from tourism. We know that tourism is seen as one of those growth sectors that we are expecting to give us that run in the NDP4. And as we enter this financial year and we are budgeting, we are really aware that many times we plan, but weak implementation remains a constraint in delivery of NDPs. And it has been observed and reported in the report for NDP3. Now that we have started NDP4 and your sector is key, what are some of the key reforms in the program that are going to help us to deliver the tenfold growth aspiration that we have laid forth?
Thank you very much, Honorable. One, I would like to say that some of the key reforms have been mentioned in the previous speeches, but to emphasize some few areas. The tourism development will tighten the enforcement of regulation governing the road safety, trade, health, sanitation, and building control on the environmental protection. Then another thing, tourism, we are looking also at and requesting all MDAs to mainstream tourism. We are saying that if we know that tourism is the key driver of this, of having this nation go to the medium economy, then we need all the local governments, we need all the MDAs to mainstream tourism and be able to budget, to have a budget that can also give some products, because we have the national products, but we have products in districts. And so if we have tourism entities or tourism products, sites, heritage sites, national park in districts, then the local government, our MDAs should be able to mainstream and talk about tourism and it becomes part of their business. Then in terms of road safety, we are saying that, and this has been mentioned, we are just emphasizing that we need indeed roads, safety roads to key priority national parks or even all national parks, to the heritage sites, and also internet. You notice, Honorable Minister, that when you go outside some districts, then you lose internet, you lose network, and so this has been a challenge to our tourists. They cannot communicate when they are visiting our tourism facilities. And so it should be something key for government to prioritize ICT, especially in our tourism facilities. Then also digitization. Some of the speakers talked about digitization, but as tourism, we are also saying that we are going to digitalize most of our tourism products so that as we sell them, as we market them to our key target markets, then we should be able to take them products that they can easily appreciate. And Honorable Minister, this brings us to the issue of communication. Honorable Minister, communication has been talked about, but we are saying that as we mainstream tourism, can we have communication when you're communicating about healthy issues in the country, when you're communicating about security issues in the country, can we have tourism consulted? Yes, we are aware that our PS is on the committee, but there is much more to be done than just being on a committee. For now, I think I can submit that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will be, as in science, technology, and innovation, we think that you need to have development tourism added. Kiramotos is one of the sites that's globally visited, but it is not in your tourism capture and plan. Let me now move on to Mr. Manya in the ATM. When we go to that ATM to withdraw money, we begin with the A. And Uganda wants to withdraw money from there. Just looking at the same, we know that year after year we have planned, but we don't implement. Sometimes things seems like we plan and then we place the plan the other side, and this has been reflected in the achievements of the program, that the achievements are very low. How do you plan to make sure that whatever we are planning is actually implemented, because that's what will give us the results? Which reforms are you going to put in place to make a difference?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And thank you for that question. To make sure that whatever is planned is put in place, we first of all want to thank the Ministry of Finance that is supporting us in a number of activities, especially financing the budget. We've had the issue that came out on extension services, skilling the personnel in place to be able to support the systems, to be able to support the farmers in doing the right thing and do what is expected of them. Quite a number of people don't have the support, so extension services is one of the issues that we've raised, and we are supporting and we're focusing on that so that we do things differently. The other issue, we're also looking at certification and regulation, because we know we are looking at ATMs, we're looking at 10 growth strategy, and we are looking at the international and regional market, so we are looking at export, so we need to export standard and produce by the standards to be able to deliver on that. Of course, the other issue has always been connectivity, though this is an enabler on the other side, on the energy side of it. We need to make sure that our agro-processing facilities and value addition have, because we set up quite very many together with the Ministry of Local Government, to be able to actualize them, to functionalize them, and be able to produce and act as we expect. The other issue that we've also been looking at is that we are producing, but we lack, for example, in the crop side, we lack, the soils are losing the quality. We are looking at fertilizer, and then we are putting an enabling strategy or a policy to support the subsidization to make sure that production really is able to be increased and be able to deliver on these activities. So basically, in terms of doing business as usual, we are trying to change this and putting in facilities. Of course, we have the inputs. We have talked about the paper from private sector foundation. We really thank you for raising those issues in terms of mechanization, to make sure that mechanization is not only tractors, but a part of the tractor scheme. We've already started on it, and we want financing for that, but also mechanization in terms of storage, appropriate technology to be able to deliver on the value addition that we are talking about on the mechanization that we have talked about. Of course, the issues of water for production we have talked about. To be able to provide and stabilize agriculture, we need the water for irrigation, water for agricultural production, to be able to stabilize agriculture. But I also want to add this one because of the time issue. I want the issue of land. We need it to be sorted. I want to give an example in Sangobe, in Bugisu area where we're going to do palm oil. It has potential of import substitution of about $300 million that we spend on it annually for cooking, for soap, and the rest. And you know the time of COVID when the borders were locked, we had issues of soap rising because the enabling raw materials were not there. So we need land to be able to plant in Sangobe, in other areas, but land compensation needs to be tackled for the political leaders. You need to sort this issue and be able, because compensation is more than actually what we need to invest in, but we have capacity to do that. I know energy, roads are facing the same problem. So this is one of the ways that we need, one of the areas that we need sorted. I thank you.
Thank you very much. When I'll be coming back, I would like to just pose this to you. You think through quite a significant quantity of agriculture is still subsistence. And yet we want to do agro-industrialization. How are you going to, what mechanisms have we designed to address this such that we can be able to industrialize even in the presence, even in the dominance of subsistence? You'll respond to that. Now let's move to Honorable Nyamtoro, Mama Minerals. I'm going to ask the same question. The President actually put a ban on export of raw minerals. And there have been efforts to try and beneficiate, do value addition, so that the minerals can benefit us more in the country. And in the NDP4, mineral sector is being designated to make a significant contribution. Now, in the context of those, we have had plans after plans, but sometimes like we're not moving the dial. How do you plan to actually make some changes such that even if you had planned a lot and you receive less money, but we are moving the dial, we are implementing what we have planned?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. It is actually important to note that out of the ATMs, the mineral sector is the most significant and would make the ATM more active in terms of revenue generation for the country. We have had quite a number of implementation reforms that have been required to fully implement a sustainable extractives industry. And we have come up with different development programs that we look forward to achieve expected goals in the next 5 years or so. To begin with, our first focus would be on streamlining the extractives industry value chain, and that is looking at upholding the upstream, the midstream, the downstream, to enable proper mapping of the implementation agencies and see that during their work trail, they don't get to stall at all. We are also currently working on establishing a minerals revenue management fund, and this we suggest could be combined with the petroleum revenue management fund to make an extractive management fund. And such a fund will ensure that there is proper management of revenue from the extractives industry. And minerals, by now we all agree that if harnessed well, have a higher potential to generate funds than petroleum. We are also looking at establishing local refining and processing facilities, and this is just to emphasize further and re-echo the President's voice and directive on the ban on export of raw materials. So the promotion and establishment of many gold refineries to produce finished products here rather than exporting ore, and seeing that we also limit the importation of finished goods, especially from mineral products, will help us increase net export value, even when much of the raw material, a case in point of gold, is imported in Uganda from the region. Away from those few anchors, some of the priorities that we look at building on at the ministry include formalization of the artisanal miners. And as we speak now, we have fully incorporated an artisanal mining license. We are organizing them in associations across the country because this is the biggest group that is doing mining next to small-scale miners. We are also looking at setting up the Mineral Production Monitoring Center that should help us put together a fully fledged traceability system that can enable us fully account to government on the beneficiation of the minerals. We are also looking at undertaking detailed exploration and quantification of our critical minerals and geothermal resources. As it is now, we have been able to complete our geochemical, geophysical, and geological area survey, which means that we already have indicative results of occurrences of the 52 minerals that have been discovered. But that does not help us so much with investment attraction if we cannot speak of the quantities that exist in the country. So we are looking at focusing on investment in quantification of our minerals so that our call for investment becomes much easier in terms of bargaining because we are certain of the quantities that exist. The Uganda National Mining Company has fully been established, but we still face a challenge in terms of funding, and capitalizing and seeing it operational is also another priority that would drive us in the right direction. We also look at expanding and having an operational mineral lab in the country that could help us with comparative analysis of the different minerals that have to be tested and confirmed of their purities. As we still speak, we are depending on results from foreign labs. Equipping and operationalizing the mineral beneficiation and training centers. We already have training centers that have been set up in Tungamo, in Fort Portal, and others that we are putting in place across the region that would help us build our capacity in terms of training, in terms of skilling Ugandans, and in terms of seeing that our extraction of minerals is actually detailed within the country. We also want to establish and have operational mineral markets and buying centers in different regions. And this will just help Bank of Uganda boost their domestic gold purchase program that is about to get kick-started. With mineral markets established in different regions, we shall have more transparency in the sector, we shall have a better traceability print, and we shall have more Ugandans attracted in getting involved and investing in the mineral sector. Lastly, with all this in place, as we continuously see that we build the best initiatives, we continue to strengthen the legal, regulatory, and institutional capacity of the extractives industry. Wherever there is a gap, even in terms of the law that bans the raw materials from being exported, there are always adjustments that need to be made in different cases. For instance, there are minerals that cannot be exported when they are fully processed, like vermiculite. We institute statutory instruments and are still going on with many other policy reforms that could create a conducive environment for the boost of the mineral sector. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You can see there is interest on minerals in the audience. So we hope that we will get this agenda off. Now coming to Honorable Asher, coming to the budget committee and the role of Parliament. Earlier today, when we started and PSST was talking, he was referring to the budgeting process and something he refers to as budget games. I've heard him severally refer to this as a disruption of the planning process, which actually disrupts allocation of resources and sticking to the plan which has been made, because some people have asked for funds which cannot. Now, in the NDP4, and especially in this financial year, his prayer is that we eliminate budget games so that we are all focused on national priorities and the realities which are taking us forward. As the Committee of Budget, you sit at a very, very critical moment to support the PSST, but also to support the ATMs to get resources that they need, because the resource envelope is not unlimited. How would you plan to support this process, especially in this financial year, such that resources are allocated to where priorities are and which will be implementable? Over to you, Honorable Acha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. First of all, I want to start by really appreciating what is happening in the Ministry of Finance, the Honorable Minister of Finance and your team. I've been in Parliament, as I said before, the last 20 years. We want to thank you, Honorable Minister, and your team for a different approach. And I think we are starting as a country to appreciate what you are doing. You are really doing a great job there. And we are, as a country, we are starting to listen to each other. For example, as Parliament, we're happy in the current budget with the attention to domestic areas. That the reforms that you have attended, and as Parliament, as the representative of the people, we are happy. We are also happy with the macroeconomic stabilization. When you look at the exchange rate today, we are not only as a country an island of security, but also we are becoming an island of an example to the region in terms of macroeconomic management, because when our exchange rate weakens, for example, goes to 3,800 shillings to the dollar, it means even our debt, the little revenue we are collecting, is used to buy dollars and sent out of the country. So thank you so much, and your team, for what you are doing there. And also in terms of fiscal consolidation. In terms of what you are saying, Honorable Prime Minister, about budget games. Actually, Honorable Prime Minister, sometimes we wonder when you come to Parliament to ask for us to approve a loan, and you say it's very urgent. We do our work and approve a loan. And then the same loan turns that it takes 5 years to implement, and you come around and say we can't implement because you don't have money to compensate project-affected persons, you don't have money to acquire right of way, you don't have money for that, you are the one playing budget games. You bring supplementaries, and you stampede us through. We approve supplementaries. Only to realize, even you have not yet released at the end of the financial year, you have not even released the money you came to us from us, to the different MDAs. And then for MDAs, Honorable Prime Minister, talk to you people in planning in MDAs. A year ago, we were here asking MDAs to give us their plans and to explain to them, why do you need 6 billion? Where are your costed work plans? Where are your procurement plans? Where are your recruitment plans? Some people disappeared who were here. So the problem of budget games has to do with, first of all, ask your technical people in ministries to explain clearly the amount they want. What do they need it for, to do what? And even when we approve it, you do budget suppression. You don't give them the money. First quarter, you give them. Second quarter, you give them, they pay the first certificate, the second certificate. The third one, you don't release. And that builds domestic areas. We blame permanent secretaries for increasing domestic areas. But we should also blame people in the Ministry of Finance. What do you expect them to do? After you have given to pay the first certificate, what do you expect them to do? They have already made commitments. So these budget games, Right Honorable Minister, we need to build consensus how to sort it out. Parliament has made recommendations, for example, in terms of projects. How do some projects enter into the budget? Now we are NDP 4, we are saying we are committed to NDP 4. I can read you some recommendations. This budget, we recommended, for example, on projects, because of so many projects, even before you became a minister, through your prime minister, before my elder here became minister. There are projects that are still there, they are not being implemented because of some challenges. We recommended that poor budget execution in projects is mainly as a result of challenges in project preparation and execution that results in delays in disbursement of funds from development partners. Government should improve project selection, project design, and analysis. MDAs should ensure that procurements and contract execution are undertaken in a timely manner. After doing appraisals, now these days we get a project, we start funding it, then we go work backwards to do our designs, do our appraisals, and suddenly a project which was only 100 million becomes 200 million. These budget games, it is all of us. I'm happy that I know at the end of the day, all these things will come to Parliament. But at this period, we want to highlight that there are things as Parliament that we want really, we're happy with a number of things, as I said, but there are things when we really want to support you, Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, that with the reforms that we are really happy with, fiscal consolidation, we are really happy with that. The agro-industrialization is putting money in certification with the Bureau of Standards. Because agro-industrialization, without standards, without certification, without quality assurance, it will not be a dead game. No country, even including our brothers here from the neighborhood, would accept substandard products. If we say this bread is 1 kilogram, it must be 1 kilogram when even it is in Juba, when it is in Bunia. Standards. We're happy with reforms in tourism and especially economic diplomacy and more money there. Of course, we're happy with PDM. But we want to support you with reforms in procurement. The PDA, what's that agency? The procurement agency. PPDA, for the last so many years, it has refused to issue market prices. It's in the act. They are supposed to do market survey so that we are, why should this mineral water be in Parliament 2,000, in Ministry of Finance 1,000, in other ministries 6,000? Because there are no standards, there are no prices, but there's an agency responsible for that. We want to support you in procurement reforms. We want to support you in avoiding supplementary. We also are interested in supporting you as representatives of the people. We want really something on education, free education, which is in the statement you read, in health, especially the ambulance system. We are really happy with that.
We also
Honorable, you
want,
should be
so these are the
concluding.
issues that we want,
Please
Prime
conclude.
Minister, I want to conclude that these budget games are a creation of all of us. And we want to put really notice as Parliament that this must be addressed so that we have efficient budget implementation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Achia. Before I come in, I raised an issue on agro because of PDM. We are promoting PDM, and agro-industrialization is going to pinch quite a lot on the products, but most of the productivity, the production at PDM is in subsistence. So wanted to hear in 1 minute the strategies of the ministry to industrialize these products which are coming out of PDM, which is still largely subsistence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the issues, just before I start on the answer, give you the answer. One of the flagship projects or programs that we appreciate under agro-industrialization is PDM. First of all, it has shown us where we lack, where we need to put support. It has shown us we need to support the seed system. We don't have seed, because we don't even have the standards somewhere, and some standards are not enforceable, some standards are not being enforced because we lack manpower. So PDM, because of production at different levels by different people, has created that need to get the seed and produce. And of course, now after production, we have the produce, we need to add value. So the value addition that we are going to support, of course, into cooperatives, and on that, I had talked on area that we are going to do mechanization, not only for tractors, that's what I was saying, mechanization in terms of appropriate mechanization technology, adding value in, if you're doing coffee, you don't sell the beans. So we are adding mechanization and through cooperatives and through, by giving them equipment, appropriate equipment, and also looking at financing, especially because at that level, it goes to another cluster whereby it's no longer at the small scale, but it goes to the business value addition is by the business people. So we're looking at financing, specifically agro-processing facilities, agro-processing and value addition. We thank the Minister of Finance for the facility that you've given us to be able to target agro-processors in that regard. Of course, the other issue was also on genetics and research. High seed processing, not seed just this, but high seed, high quality breeds, high quality products, and then of course that will lead to production, and then the value addition. We had the issue of the mangoes that we had. Remember, they were asking about the quality of the seed, the quality of the mango that we have. We need that high value mango that can be able to produce the industrial product that is required. So those are some of the areas, but we have quite a number that you have, but only that you give me 1 minute, but we are looking at quite a number of ways that we are addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amanya, and we appreciate those remarks, but we will consolidate even those that you have not said. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a moderator, but I'm also a panelist. So now allow me submit my own sector, and we're mostly going to talk about two aspects. One, how do we make sure that we implement what we plan? And number two, what are the priorities that we are going to have? In most of the submissions, the panelists have combined and presented those two. So how do we make sure that we are not planning redundancy? We plan, but we do not implement. Now, science, technology, and innovation, of course, has always been there in the country, but it has pulled up to the front over this particular NDP3, and as we begin NDP4. Something happened in 2021 where His Excellency changed the framework not leaving science as a sector per se, but putting it as a system which brings together all the points of science, because science, technology, and innovation is almost in every sector. And so he established the Science, Technology, and Innovation Secretariat as a coordinating center. And so in order to pull up and implement NDP3, because this happened 1 year after NDP3 has started, we looked at how do we make sure that we can implement. And for the PS who presented the report, I think we need some dialogue on that report for the ITDT program, because the data I have is very different from the data that you have. So what has helped us to pull up and make sure that we are able to implement even when we are behind and bring this program, which was still really lagging behind, to stand among the ATMs. The first thing was intentionality, to be very, very intentional. Now, intentionality comes when you understand what you want to reach. I remember when I'd just become a minister, my Jaja, the Minister of Finance, I call him my Jaja, he always kept asking me, Muzukuru, are you really going to implement? And that kept me thinking. So to being very intentional, to link the budget request, the implementation to the result that you have promised in the plan, and quickly being able to identify what is not coming up. So this is something that we are strengthening. The second thing that we are trying, or we are doing, is to make sure that we have a whole of government approach in STI. When PSST, when they state, they always keep including ICT and creative arts. But STI, the way it is designed right now, is a whole of government approach. It's a system. And we look at STI not only as a sector, but as an approach to the economy. And so this is something that we are working across to make sure that we are having a whole of government approach. And for the few areas, we have 8 priority areas which we are still implementing. That is mobility, pathogen economy, which has to deal with the drugs development and vaccines and all those related to the health of animals, humans. We have space science. We have Industry 4.0 to deal with the electronics and artificial intelligence. We have infrastructure innovations to deal with engineering, developing engineering skills and capacities of the country. And then we have import substitution and export of value-added goods, as well as productivity acceleration. Now, you already see that those touch with different sectors. And so our work is mainly to provide the focus and make sure we are mobilizing everybody and we are generating the knowledge, because STI is about knowledge economy. We are generating the relevant knowledge to make us focused. The third strategy we have is institutionalizing result-based implementation, not randomly just moving on, but focusing on that result to make sure that it's institutional, we are not random, we are not implementing activities because of other interests, but making sure that we have institutionalized the results and monitoring the results. So to make sure that at each moment we are monitoring to see, are we still on course or off? And the fourth one is embedding private sector co-investment. Government and private sector should not be so far apart. And in fact, the line dividing, we should move from clear white to through gray to the other side, because you can't really separate development from private sector. So we embed private sector in everything, so that where government efforts are ending, the private sector has already been involved. And they are very keen on continuity, very keen. Even when in the gaps, when something is not funded, private sector continues. And so we have institutionalized resource mobilization from private sector. We have already mobilized over $800 million in commitment, and some of it has already been brought in investment, in investors in the innovations that we have. So this gives the continuity, and so we are able to track. By the way, this commitment is only to mobility, to one of those that I mentioned, the mobility sector. So what are our priorities? The priorities are, one, establishing key infrastructure. We have infrastructure which is missing in the country, and it is critical for taking innovations, ideas to the market. So we have been presenting this, and I think they have been appreciated in the Ministry of Finance. We have a biosciences park to support our pathogen economy, development. We have mobility, technology, industrial science and industrial park to consolidate the e-mobility, the mobility gains that we have achieved so far. We have an agro-industrial science park to help us develop the products that are coming from the agro, which are going to be marketed, the tertiary, secondary, and tertiary value addition, which will give us the new markets. We have the high-tech city, the STI high-tech city, which we have embarked on. We are grateful, by the way, very, very grateful, Minister of Finance and PSST for this high-tech city. We are very, very eager to implement, to drive the frontline technologies now, the AIs, the electronics, to make sure we are at par with the world and we are harvesting in the right fields. We are not harvesting in the poor fields, we are also harvesting in the rich fields. So also supporting Chira Motors. Chira Motors, the plant we have was designed to have a capacity of 5,000 buses per year, but we operationalized only 2,500. Then the other priority that we have is developing the human capital, which we need. We have designed a strategy. We have people who have been trained in our education system. They have a lot of knowledge, but they don't have the skills to apply that knowledge into innovation and manufacturing and production of products and services from knowledge. And so we have designed programs such as rapid conversion. Take younger graduates from universities, take them through an LDC-like, which enables them to rapidly acquire skills, acquire attitudes, and there is a missing knowledge, which we popularly call the black box. There is missing knowledge which pertains to value addition and creation of products. So that is a program that we are already implementing across the various sectors through industrial skilling boot camps, learning factories. The biggest examples we have is the Deep Tech Center, which we have established in Namamve, and the EDIC, the Engineering Development and Innovation Center at Revitete, which enable us to rapidly convert the products of the current universities and TVET programs into very practical people and innovators. The other one is to make sure that we are capturing talent early. Start kids early so that they can become innovators. So our goal is to make sure we upskill over 50,000 individuals that we call industrial scientists over the next 5 years. We also have a priority of making sure that we are enabled to acquire some finished skill, mature skill from the global human capital. These could be Ugandans who want to come back, and there are many who are willing, but we need funding to support them. And also, there are nationalities of other countries who are willing to come work here 3 to 5 years and transfer their knowledge and skills. Our third strategy is to create market access. Uganda has been known to manufacture, to sell internationally, especially on the export. Even locally, we mostly sell raw materials or with minimum value addition. Primary level, you have maize, you grind it. But if we are going now to produce products of knowledge, we must have a concerted effort to convince first Ugandans that, hey, Ugandans, we are producing value-added products. Please buy our buses. You have misconceptions that they are expensive, that they are not good. The Kira Motors bus, the Kayola bus is top of range. You are not going to buy a better electric bus anywhere in the world than the one we have here. I expected a clap. And some of you have been convinced that they're expensive. No, their prices are very competitive. They are on the global. But besides, if you buy a bus whose manufacturer is here, for service, you take it back to the factory. They make it back new for you. So don't have those misconceptions. So for us, we have to deal with those misconceptions, both here in the country and also in the countries where we are targeting as primary export areas. And our last program is to deal with the ecosystem. The ecosystem which is supportive of innovation. Most of our policies were not designed with Uganda as a manufacturer of those products. They were designed to protect Ugandans from either poor quality products or from poisonous things. So now when we are inside and we are manufacturing, we are also treated like that. Instead of a supportive ecosystem, sometimes we have to really struggle to get something accredited, but also there are gaps. The other day we were discussing, we have electric bicycles. Now, in Uganda's policy, there is nothing that refers to electric bicycles. They have either motorcycles or the ones of thorax, the ones of chifuba, manyuga chifuba. What about the electric bicycles? So we have to work through some of those things. Then the regulations which are not conducive and supportive, and the development of standards. Most of the things we are producing don't have standards in the country. And so we need a very supportive. So these are our 4 priority areas. Make sure we have requisite infrastructure, develop the human capital, create market access, and policy and regulation. And of course, continue with the Innovation Fund to support our younger people to continue growing and maturing in the innovation ecosystem. Science, technology, and innovation is going to play a very, very big role in the next destination of our economy. Thank you very much. Mostly, I would like now to put back my hat as a moderator to the Minister of Finance and all that are involved in the planning. There is a similarity in the issues, and just give me 2 minutes to summarize. Across the ATMs, 1, there is need to provide skilled human capital for them to jump to the next. It is all across. Second, I also had certification all across. Regulation and certification is coming through all across. These are things that we could have a concerted effort and not do it piecemeal, but we can work on it together such that we achieve, because the problems are common. I would like to tell you that the other day, Honorable Nakalema convened a meeting, and we got to know that there are over 1,000 SMEs, innovators, that are waiting for certification from UNBS. And UNBS says we don't have the resources. Some have been sitting there for 400 days, waiting to go to market, waiting to bring in money, but they are not so. Certification and standards and regulations is something that needs to be looked into. And then the inputs, this is what I heard from both agro-processing, agro-value addition, agro-industrialization, the fertilizer, and even tourism. There are inputs that we need. And then lastly, there is infrastructure. Infrastructure for the ATMs, which is conducive. And I think there will be value in you bringing us together and seeing if there are commonalities such that these are dealt with together, and then that will reduce the cost and also increase our adherence and being able to deliver. Thank you very much. I want to thank the Prime Minister for delegating me. I've enjoyed being Prime Minister for a few minutes. And I would like, except nobody referred to me at all as Right Honorable, but, oh, he did. But I would like to appreciate and thank you very much. She's requesting for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Right Honorable Minister. The tourism program, the permanent secretary is appreciating Ministry of Finance, especially the PSST and your team for the support so far tourism is getting, and also informing you that we shall continue to do the product developments, especially alongside the roads, road infrastructure, whereby we are going to work closely with private sector to make sure that we commercialize these investments and get more revenues out of them. And also request you and your team to be present on 18th to be part of the sector review conference. Thank you. 18th of September. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And since you mentioned, honorable members, because of the work that we have done over the past 4 years, Uganda is increasingly being recognized as a center of STI. Next week, we are hosting 3 continental meetings. The first one is the engineering conference, the All Africa Engineering Week and Conference. It is going to be here. It's huge. We have over 300 delegates from outside and about 4,000 from within the country. The second one that we are hosting is the e-mobility exhibition in Jinja. We are inviting you to come and participate and see even the efforts at export. We have people coming in from all over the continent. And the third one is by Africa CDC. They have recognized our program in harnessing and commercializing natural medicines. So they are bringing the whole of Africa here to make sure that they learn from us, but we also develop a concerted Africa-wide program for natural therapeutics, because that is where the fortune of Africa in medicine is lying, and Uganda is providing leadership. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Would you allow us to
thank
take a
you very
picture,
much,
please?
panelists.
Do you allow the panel to take a picture?
Okay. Photographers, quick picture for the panelists with the minister. Thank you very much for that reminder, please. We'll take it from here. As we do that, yes, standing, please. It will be fine, yeah. Our photographers, can we approach the panel, please, once again? Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much. We'll allow you to leave at leisure. Can I do one little thing? And remember the events, conference director. I have a deputy director. Where is she? She's here. Okay, we are two directors. And we are going to vary with one little exception, which we request you that you accommodate kindly. Is there somebody who is not part of government who has attended this event and you have one burning key issue you would wish to raise? Put up your hand, and then we'll only allow one question per person, and 5 lucky people, 1, 2, and I'm counting. Already I've got 2 issues that you wish to raise. 1 issue per person. We start here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just use the microphone. Can you use the microphone? Use the microphone. Yeah, use the microphone.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Prime Minister represented, and our Minister for Finance, who is the de facto Minister for Enjoyment. But I can see everybody's
Ladies
rushing out
and gentlemen,
for lunch.
the PSST will be shortly responding to some of the key issues that have been raised. I request that you stay put. She's raising 1 issue, we have 1 other issue, 2 issues, and we'll go back to the PSST to quickly wrap up on some of these issues.
Yes.
So stay put and we finalize. Thank you.
My name is Kajingo, and the reason I rose is 1, to give government your deserved flowers on adoption of our proposals, 82% now, from 70%, as well as all the numbers you've heard the whole afternoon, controlling inflation, maintenance of the shilling as one of the most stable in Africa, etc., etc. But I'll now take to roasting you, and roasting in terms of execution, because many a time we come to these halls and talk, and I'll give the PSST his deserved flowers for maintaining an open door policy to the private sector. We reach him on WhatsApp, reach him at the office, and he's always responded. So I will share a bit about the youth, because we lecture to the youth, convene meetings, and by sharing, I'll focus on what has worked at Private Sector Foundation over the last 30 years since the founding of the foundation. We have learned that we deliver better, do better when we co-create, when we co-design with young people. So you take a step back, listen, but embed them in the co-designing of the programs or projects, because they don't come to the table empty-handed. They do come with brilliant ideas, with novel ideas. And since we don't have time, my very last one is on the political noise. Capital is a coward, and we have said this many times. Capital flees from noise. So I would like to use this opportunity to appeal to you, political actors, to exercise restraint. Number 3, there is risk to our destination in terms of negative media coverage. And my very last, are we going to be the government officials or the private sector leaders who are going to look on as technological advancements take root in the rest of the world, or are we going to lead adoption of artificial intelligence, not just at the operational level, but for business growth, generative artificial intelligence as a country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more across. There was a hand somewhere there. You sorted?
Yes, no, he has given up.
Can we make it short, very short, please? Thank you.
Okay. I had been convinced by my neighbor not to, but let me say it. Thank you very much, presenters. There was a presentation from Urga, which said that the Environment and the Natural Resources Office at the district level is dysfunctional on account of funding, which we believe is true. And without making it functional, the ATMs are likely not to succeed because environment services actually power the success of the ATMs. So what are ATMs going to do, or what is the budget going to do to make these offices functional? Because without them being functional, the ATMs cannot succeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think that ends the issues. Those are the two hands I had. Or one more, kindly, a quick one.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mirembe Joel, Secretary General, Uganda Medical Association. On the presentation of the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, the section for human capital development, there are multiple lines that he did present to us, but they looked not smart when you compare with education and the other areas in the same category. For example, the staffing gap in the healthcare setting is up to the tune of 60% across government facilities. And for the last 4 years, there has been a ban on recruitment of new healthy workers, including doctors, nurses across board. Now, I have seen there is a plan to recruit more teachers. That is very good. But then, the population is growing, and there seems to be no plan to recruit more doctors, to recruit more nurses, and that's a very big issue. 2 years ago, Public Service restructured the health care structure at regional referral hospitals up to health center 3s, and they provided for at least 2 doctors per health center 3 and 5 doctors at health center 4. 2 years down the road, there is no inclusion of any budgeting to fill any of these spaces. So I think at this occasion, the ministry should look at this critical sector and include recruitment of new staff. Also, in the same area, I've not seen a plan for healthcare financing for the vulnerable population. We have been having a conversation of national health insurance scheme, universal health coverage, but where is it in practice of the budgeting? Are we planning to increase the budget expenditure on the healthcare sector? Those are issues we would want the ministry to really focus on in this new financial year budgeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. And I think there was one more hand there, and that's it. Kindly short, and then we come back this way.
Thank you very much. I'm Chibuka Francis Bazigatirawo Amot Nzigatide wano. I happen to be representative of His Excellency General Dr. Yoweri Tibabura Kaguta Museveni, Head of State, Chairman NAM, Chairman G77 plus China, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. I'm in Kakumiro. I'm not happy. Why? This forum would be forum for informing government on what would be done in the next financial year. But you have limited us, you have brought us ideas developed by topmost people at the national level, not considering the delegates you invited to attend this important forum, whereby you would be informed what happens in Kakumiro, or what happens in the sector of RDCs. But let me try. I can't go back with these ideas. In order to reduce the burden of unemployment, the president initiated zonal presidential industrial hubs. I quote one in Chibuyevuga, where I gave land when I was district chairperson for Mubende by that time. Those zonal hubs are very key in reducing the high unemployment rate, but they are given limited funding. Can I request this forum, the Minister of Finance, to consider increasing money on that area so that those industrial hubs, the 29 of them we have so far, get more money and we put there more students so that they can learn skills and create jobs for themselves. Another issue I want to support the idea of, we have constructed, I have been in RDC Mitoma. If you happen to reach there, every sub-county has now health center 3, town councils, and we are promising people, we are bringing staff to take up those good facilities and deliver services to the masses. Indeed, we have not heard much about the recruitment of enough staff to cater for the demand in those new facilities on top of the CD secondary schools. Another issue is about domestic air transport. If we are considering PDM to play its role, we discussed at sector level when I was invited to attend what Ministry of Works considering PDM. We said there be domestic air freight so that somebody can put his commodity in Chisoro and take it to Entebbe, and the market is increased in that area. I don't want to go in details. We need to develop that area further if we are considering developing our country. Lastly, we are the monitors as RDCs, and we are representing the president where he cannot reach every day, every time, but we are there. The monitoring component is so critical when we are implementing projects and programs, but still we are limited with the money. The mushrooming projects in the country, you cannot reach all projects in a timely manner with limited fuel. Can we also request that in the next financial year, we increase on the monitoring and that area? That is my request on behalf of RDCs and the President's office, because we are the chief monitors, but with limited what? Where you reach, you find another one who has reached another site, you reach there, they are on another site, and you say, I'm after Gampwe Deco, and you come back when programs and projects are still continuing. That is my call. Lastly, mineral, because I happen to be one of the delegates who went for benchmarking to Tanzania, and I was facilitated by government of Uganda, because there was chaos in Mubende, if you can remember, because between the artisanal miners and the government and security agencies. So we went to Tanzania for benchmarking. When we came back, we have not seen much about what we got from Tanzania. So I am calling upon the Ministry of Mineral Development that we fast track on the implementation of what we got from Tanzania. Have you heard? We can get a lot of revenue from that source by creating a common mineral market for our country. May God bless everybody, because I got blessings from the Holy Land of Israel and Rome. May God bless us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we clap for him? And for one reason, the moment you mentioned the Kakumiro, I knew I had to allow you to say everything you had to say from that area. But can I say something, just that we are not misunderstood? This event today, primarily, if you look at the program, the minister had about 25 pages of a strategy. This was not to talk to you. It was us, PS, Minister of Finance, laying the objectives of what we want to achieve going forward, so that the conversation we are going to have in the districts are aligned to what as a country we want to achieve. It was to analyze the situation what is the situation, what are the external, internal factors, and finally, it was to monitor. You heard from the Prime Minister's office. So after that, then what we are going to do is now to go on the road show. We are going to be in Kakumiro, we are going to be in Arua, in Gulu, in Kampala, in Lila, Mbale, Jinja, Masaka, Hoima, Fort Portal, Mbarara, and these efforts are going to be led by the entire Ministry of Finance and the ministers. For example, our Honorable Minister is going to be in the Western. Our Honorable Minister Anite is going to be in the North. Honorable Lugolobi is going to be in the Eastern. And Honorable Kasolo is going to be in the Central. The reason I'm mentioning this, we deliberately wanted to set the stage. And then we start the real engagements. So with due respect, what is going to follow between 15th and 3rd is a listening post from us. Listening to you, taking the ideas and adapting them. So the whole purpose of today was to do exactly what is supposed to be done. Now allow me to do the final thing, is to put my PS on the cross. I've carried my Rubengo, I've delivered it, now it's the PS's role to now respond to the issues. And then we'll take it forward as we conclude. Mr. PS.
Thank you very much. I don't want to really waste a lot of time here anymore because we've had the whole day. But suffice to say, we've listened to a number of ideas from across the spectrum, the local government players especially, right from the PS to the representatives of the local governments. Many of these issues raised, we have already been consuming them, PS as you know. We have addressed a number of some of these concerns, extension services. You know, we used to have extension workers who are not reaching the gardens. This financial year, we allocated money which we are releasing to take those extension workers to the gardens, to do extension where the farmers are. Of course, they cannot reach everywhere. So on recruiting more and so on, we can't do everything at the same time. Let's first take those who are there, and then incrementally, the next medium term, beginning next year perhaps, and so we see how we can deepen and recruit more. All of these other things of increasing the percentages of money going to local government, you know, percentage is good, but also the actual money is good. About 2017-18, when the percentage was higher, local governments were getting less money. Now they are getting more. We shall go on increasing because 8% of 72 trillion is some good amount of money than when it was 15% of 20 trillion. We are going to increase as the resources permit. But I would want local governments, and this is now also my ask, PS and the districts and the cities, let's have now a conversation on how to raise revenue in local governments. We are ready to tool you with the clear, actionable areas you are going to do to raise revenue, because our revenue is the problem. You can't give money you don't have. That is something we need to work on and mobilize more revenue so that the minister has a larger pie to distribute to these local governments. I hope when we come to the regions, let us prepare how do we raise revenue, which tools we need, and how shall we account for those tools when we are providing them. The industrial parks, we are improving their planning. We are now going to move from just providing land to now how do we start the plug and play model, where the investors find clear structures and they fit in their factories and we start producing. We are starting one soon as a model and then we move. We are going to strengthen local governments. We are strengthening them because those are the street level bureaucrats I was talking about who are near the problems. And they are likely to solve them better. You are right, PS. We should do this in a phased manner with the resources we have. Likewise, those deputy cows, assure them. We shall try to see how we can enhance them. But we wanted to first start with the accounting officers because we don't have a lot of money. Even the recruitments to get the critical staff. The whole question is, where is the money? The minister there needs money to distribute, and that's why I'm saying let us sit down in these regional conferences and discuss the how. The money, Uganda has it because the GDP has grown, but we are getting lesser and lesser percentage of GDP, which means there is growth which we are not getting revenue for. You can't develop a country by just distributing what you don't have. And what is interesting, everybody is saying, don't tax us more, don't borrow, but give us more money. Where will this money come from? So let us discuss on revenue, and then we shall do all these other things we are talking about. The other issue, the ATMs. These ATMs going forward, I think each of them should create a private sector coordination unit so that we can make the lives of the wealth creators easier. You know, government is structured to be bureaucratic. In the Ministry of Finance, we have a private sector development unit, which is our ears and eyes with the private sector, and it has done a tremendous job in resolving what would have been complicated issues. So we shall task agriculture, tourism, the minerals, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and the STI to have a coordination unit of private sector issues. It is a small unit. It will not cost a lot of money, but it will bring a lot of results in providing a lubricant, kind of to lubricate a linkage between the bureaucrats and the wealth creators. Finally, I want to assure all of us that this conference is to kickstart, as Jim was putting it, a process of feedback, gathering feedback. We are now coming to every corner of Uganda in the next week, and the other week, and the other week, 3 weeks. And then we come back, integrate. If there are any new ideas, the ministries, departments, and agencies, then receive them and we integrate them. By the time we get what we call the detailed estimates of a budget in February there, trust me, we would have gotten your ideas. So all of those ideas will be welcome. But what I've observed as I conclude, most of the things we are saying here, they're already in NDP4. I haven't heard anything new. NDP4 has them. So we just need, I think, as Uganda, now to work on execution discipline and avoid being everywhere and end up nowhere. But most importantly, raise revenue to invest in these areas, then hold accountable those who receive these resources to ensure that they deliver results, and then we shall be able to address all of these challenges and turn them into opportunities for tenfold growth. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much, PSST. Allow me, sir, to use 1 minute to recognize the ministers and the permanent secretaries who have stayed up to this time. It is a demonstration of the import they attach to this PSST, the activity that you champion. We thank you very much. May I also recognize that whereas the PS is the team captain, there's a man responsible for budget issues. So as you try to get the PS, there's a man called Mr. Ashava Hannington. Anything to do with the budget, he's the guru. Can you stand up so that the PS is not bombarded? So he's the gentleman who coordinates all of this. Now, having said that, may I request our colleagues from the Prisons Band to render us the final act so that we exit for lunch. Lunch will be served at the tent. You all have coupons. If you don't have, like me, please, the ushers are out there. They'll give them you coupons. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. You may leave at leisure. May God protect you as you travel back. Thank you very much.